And hello, here from Santiago, Chile, the site of the events for the Latin American Championship of the ICPC. I'm Eddie Ramirez from Costa Rica. I'm here with Vinicius.
I'm Vinicius Santos from Brazil, and today is the great day, right?
The Latin American Championship, 5 hours, whole competition, and we will get a new Latin American champion on this international collegiate programming contest.
Yeah, so we are half an hour to start, and in a few minutes, the teams will start getting inside the contest floor, and we'll be following their steps and see how they, if they look prepared or anxious or nervous, and we'll be discussing the evolution of the contest, do some speculations and predictions, and during the whole competition, we also have some guests here, sponsors, judges, organizers to give some information to you about how we get here, what to expect from the teams, and how the judges prepared everything. And I hope you like it. And please put some comments on our chat. We'll try to follow them and give you some as good information as we can, right?
Yeah, sure. And mainly, we will have to have the teams, and I think it will be foolish if they're not nervous because the competition is huge, the talent is magnificent, the teams are very well prepared. There's a lot of competition, there's a lot of talent, the discipline, the studies that they have done. I mean, it will be foolish just to enter thinking that they will win this in a single bit. And the problem sets, I don't know them, but I am pretty sure it will be challenging. It will be actually very hard problems. Maybe we'll have some explanation later about the problems. But what we have is the certainty that this will be the big party about the programming contest, the programming competition, and we can see also the teams that are mainly started maybe walking the procession and for the contest floor, and well, these are the stars of of the show.
So this is the first team from Mexico, Universidad Autónoma de México,
No, no,
if I'm reading right.
properly.
And yeah, teams are positioning themselves to start, so they will all have signs with the team names, which also are the same signs that help the staff to deliver balloons. For each problem solved, they get a balloon, so those balloons will be fixed in those holes on the sign, so it gets a very nice visual from the contest floor. We can see whoever is the first place. And we have our first guest already here, Eddie.
Sí, sí. Ah, ah.
Yeah, so you can hear some testing from the contest floor. So we will be switching for the sound there from now and then. And our first guest, who is this, Eddie?
Oh, this is Culpi, which is actually a local fox in here in Chile. The name is Culpeo, so that's why our mascot is Culpi, which is our fox in. It's our fox in the ICPC contest, a very Chilean and very specific canine, and I hope that Culpi is actually also happy to be here. I'm representing what Chile is.
So this follows a tradition from ICPC, at least for 10 years when I first heard of it. Actually, at least for 20 years, every ICPC there is a mascot, usually a local animal, and we are also doing this, creating this tradition also on the championship. So,
Ahora sí. Igual Carliño no necesita esto, pero.
Okay, so we
Are
have
you ready?
oh God, that's
that's
I
Carlinhos.
guess all Brazilians
Let the
recognize
king
this voice.
come!
Carlinhos like screaming on microphones all the time.
ICPC Latin America Championship! The teams are coming!
Yeah, so that's Carlinhos for all who know him, he likes screaming a lot on
And if
microphones.
you don't know him, he's the Deputy Latin American Director.
Yeah, and also the Brazilian region
Director.
director, and he's the one who usually narrates the final stands and the revelation in the closing ceremony. So we will hear him a lot, right? with
Yeah,
this
and
with
we will
this
enjoy his
energy
performance and everything that we will find.
and contagious energy. No one will be sleepy as long as he has the microphone.
Yeah. And I heard he was a Super Saiyajin too during the regional.
Oh yeah, so during the regional, in the Brazilian regional, during the opening ceremony, at some point he wore
Goku
Goku
costume.
costume. It was really memorable, I would
Hello.
say.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
It's okay.
And actually had
We are ready.
well, we are ready to the procession. The teams are going
Yeah,
to.
we are seeing teams from Antigua and Barbuda, from Brazil, from Guadalajara, Mexico, from São Paulo. So all the teams are aligned. So we have 41 teams competing today, and only one of them will be the Latin America champions. So will this be the first time a non-Brazilian wins it?
Well, so far we don't know. All the every single Latin
Oh, now
American
we have
championship.
music. Go, guys.
So
Let's hear Carlinhos.
let's hear Carlinhos and the entrance of the teams.
The teams are here. Cristiano.
The microphone just failed. So that's it. The procession started, and teams are getting inside the contest floor. So we have our volunteers in red and green. And
Very important pre-process of this entrance is that contestants are not allowed to have any digital stuff on them, no cell phones, no communications whatsoever, no papers, not even pencils or pens. They are given inside with the same characteristics for everyone, so they have to be checked before entrance, beforehand, to be presented and to be introduced in the contest floor. So every single team is in the same spot. And as you can see, also Bill Poucher, the ICPC president, it's entering after the teams, which is curious because he normally calls them.
yeah, now we have images from the contest floor. So they are getting inside and walking around the whole contest floor and positioning in their stations.
You know, balloons is a very important part of what ICPC is for actually. Um, the story of the balloons is very curious, I guess. Um,
We
bef-
have some here, right?
Yeah, we have our balloons, our sponsor balloons, by the way, which is great to have all those sponsors and make this possible. And the balloons, as you know, as you may notice, is part of the ICPC logo. So that's well,
Universidad Nacional de Rosario.
red, black, green. And this is the calling of the teams. Grafo de botas. This trophy.
Universidad Federal de Pernambuco.
And the locals are entering right now.
de Uruguay. Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais. Instituto Politécnico de Costa Rica, Campos de Alajuela.
Oh, that's my university.
Universidad Nacional de La Plata. University, Colombia. Universidade de Brasília. Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería. Universidad de Chile.
And the other local team, Universidad de Chile, is entering right
Yeah,
now.
one of the local teams, right?
But we are actually at. No, we are. No, we are in. We're in one of the both universities.
Okay, so it seems teams are already on the contest floor. We are 15 minutes to go, so everything
We are going to start the competition in 15 minutes.
everything going by
We
the
are
schedule.
going to allow logins in 5 minutes, but just logins, nothing else. Do not touch anything for now.
So in order to be sure that everything is working properly, in 5 minutes they will be able to log in the system, and If any problems with their stations is detected, there will be enough time to be fixed. But the contest, they can only open the problem statements in the time the contest starts in about 15 minutes.
15 minutes. And I'm pretty sure
Remember,
that
you may not have any electronic with you. You may not have your phone with you.
but I'm pretty sure that 10 minutes is more than enough time for Bruno Rivas to fix it.
Yeah.
Bruno Rivas is
Yeah.
our
And actually, I'm pretty sure that nothing is
Nothing
gonna
will go
happen.
wrong.
But just to be on the safer side, it's better to do things in advance. That's why they are 15 minutes in advance. All of them already sit on their stations and ready to start.
but Bruno Rivas, just in case, is the Atlas on we wish put all the pressure and the planet size of the
If you
systems.
need any kind of assistance, please raise your hand. If you want to go to the bathroom or you need any kind of assistance, please raise your hand.
Yeah, and talking about Bruno, so there are lots of systems that are running in the background. There are lots of invisible work being done. So even here in the streaming, there is a whole team of people doing everything work properly, since sign-out generation to transmission to transitions to supporting us and communications and interviews and there are much. If you are seeing some people in green and red volunteers in the contest floor, I don't know. There are probably like 5 times more working on other positions invisibly to all volunteers to working to be sure that everything is running well and and putting the spotlights on the contestants and having a really nice competition working smoothly and a nice transmission for you that are following us as well.
And actually, it's actually a
If you
great
want
team.
any kind of assistance, please
We are
raise
ha-
your hand.
We are having
Do not touch anything for now.
we have a great team here. This is actually I think that this is one of the most professional sets that I've been in the streaming, and thank you very much for every single person here that makes this possible, from the ICPC staff to the people in the controls, the director, our people that are helping us that have developed and had set this setup very professional, and actually we are very confident that this will be part of the important measures that we are having to make this transmission the best possible for you all, and we are happy to be in the site and letting you know what's happening here, how teams are going to be developed, and how teams that the contest is going to be developed, and finally who will win this competition.
I'm totally impartial, so
Yeah,
I,
sure.
w- I won't say that's going to be a Brazilian team, but I can't say I would be sad if that happened.
The one parts of the good things about not being a favorite team is that I can say that I have my favorite team. I would like to win Brazil or Argentina. Doesn't matter in the sense that
May I
I
have your
hope
attention
Costa
for a
Rica
second?
may, but I don't know if I'm
In the
favorite.
rare
So
possibility of an emergency, please stay calm. There are
And we're listening to the
emergency exits over there and to my right
safety plan.
and to my left. But the most important thing is to stay calm and follow the instructions of the people with red and green t-shirts. Okay? Have a good contest.
So we just heard the Latin America director Federico Mesa giving some safety
I
instructions.
think it was Federico Poza, right?
No, it was Mesa. Yeah.
It was Mesa. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But definitely a Federico.
Federico.
So Eddie was talking about favorites. So if you take the previous step, the previous stage into account, so there were a lot of Brazilian and Argentinians teams.
You may use your computer to log in, just to log in. Do not touch anything else. You may log into the system now.
So that marks the 10 minutes to go
Yeah.
point. So they are already logging in the system. And as I was saying, so one could say that Brazilians and Argentinians are favorites, but actually there are some well-positioned Mexicans, Chileans,
Bolivians.
Bolivians. So
Yeah, anything can happen.
it's a new competition, right? Of course, we know that some teams have very strong contestants. So, for example, some people take the rating on
Code forces.
code forces as a good measure, but we know that during the competition, things can go wrong for some teams. Things can go well for others.
And
Some of
it have happened even in World Finals.
yeah, all the time. And actually, some teams don't use code forces that much for training, so sometimes their rating is not that do not reflect how good they are, and while some other people use it a lot. So even this information is not totally trustable, even on the perfect day for everyone. So anything can happen, and we'll later today, a few hours after the competition, the streaming will come back and for
See
the
what
closing
happened.
ceremony and the
Oh my
awarding
God.
ceremony.
Even now, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I can't imagine how they are nervous. I mean, in
Yeah.
the sense that this is the big scenario. The spot is on them, and we are going to see one of the biggest battle of minds, maybe in Latin America.
During the competition,
And
please raise your
What we are having, or we're
You
going
want to go
through.
to
Oh,
the
you
bathroom,
mentioned something very important,
raise
which is
your
about
hand.
code forces and the rating, and the LO system,
If you
which
need
is something that is
clarification
statistically
or
measured, and somehow it measures how strong you are and what are the chances of beating someone in terms of programming contest. It's important to say that this ILO it's valuable in the sense that it's a statistic measure, and we have a very large community, about 1 million people using code forces. So when we say that someone needs, I don't know, 2,000 or 1,800 ILO rating, it means it's actually a measure between the mean of the whole population of competitive programmers. So we have here people in the top 1,000 maybe in the world, and that's how we know that this top 1,000 of the 1 million people, that actually it's a competitive programmer. So we can be safe to say that these people have been preparing. They are strong enough. We know how talented they are because of that, and so we can have somehow make some expectations, predictions, and that's why I say that
And-
Brazil and Argentina are favorites.
In the Zello system, Code Forces uses a color system to identify it, to classify, let's say, in different levels, and the top Code Force LOs present here are the red ones. So we have three contestants at least that we are aware of, which are red on Code Forces. So those could be considered the favorites by some. Perhaps if we have time during the transmission, we can talk about them and say how well they are in the scoreboard to see if this is actually a good predictor of results. But I would like to say hello to people on the chat as well.
Yeah.
So we have comments from probably some relatives from people from Universidade Federal de Campina Grande, especially some of them are supporting Gabriel Holanda. Some people sending their best vibes and supporting UNB. Some other people supporting or UNB, if you want to speak in English. Some people supporting Facultad Nacional de Rosario, the helicopter team, the FAMAF, which is from Argentina, UFPE, Universidade Federal de Pernambuco, Unicamp, Universidad Rafael Landívar de Guatemala, UTFSM, people supporting teams from Colombia, from USPRP, Corman, which is the name of a team, I guess.
Universidad de Buenos Aires, actually, yeah.
More people supporting Pernambuco, Unicamp, UNB, UFPE, WIPA, PR, Universidade de Puerto Rico, Arecibo, Who else? UDESC, also from Brazil. Universidade Nacional de Rosario again. And some people are anxious for the World Finals, which will be held in November, probably in Dubai. Let's. Okay, I think I went through all the Aguascalientes de Mexico.
Uh-huh.
Who else?
Also, University of Puerto Rico in Arecibo. I'm not talking. EAFIT from Colombia. There's a hi from India here. Well, thank you. Thank you for following us from India. By the way, in the chat, we are aware that there's people that speak many languages. You can speak freely in English, in Español, and Portuñol,
And Portuguese.
and Portuguese, of course. And here we are able to read most of them if you use those languages.
Yeah, perhaps some French. I heard that you speak a little French as well.
A little French, but
Well,
I'm not so sure if I can
Let's stay to
pronounce it
the
right.
ones that we are safer, right?
Yeah. And thank you very much for all the people that are following us from every single corner in Latin America and India, as far as I know.
And you can find in the chat the link to the scoreboard. So we'll be showing the scoreboard during the whole contest, but perhaps you want to scroll down and do some analysis by yourself. So the link will be also available. It is actually already available in the chat. Some more people talking about
We
the
are
team
going to
Grafo de
start in
Botas.
3 minutes.
The-
3 minutes.
We're going to start in 3 minutes. 3 minutes away from.
So
Are you ready?
Are you ready, Eddie?
I don't know. I'm already. What I know is that I
I
can do
hope
my
you
best.
are.
Me too. Me too.
So Duda is talking about Grafo de Botas, which is the best female team from the whole Latin America. So we have one of the slots reserved for the best female team. So
Yeah, we can talk about this in a minute, but the fact is, to being here, it's a process. It's not easy to get here. I mean, there were 2,916 teams and just 44 in here. Actually, 41 in here because there were 3 teams that couldn't make it. By the way, we'll have 2 teams in the mirror of Code Forces participating in Venezuela and in Cuba. That they couldn't
We're
make
going
it.
to start in 2 minutes.
And we are 2.5 minutes away from the
Remember,
start.
do not touch anything.
I mean, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah.
Yes.
In 2 minutes we start here, and 30 minutes later the mirror will start on Code Forces. So for those of you interested in doing it, look for the ICPC LA group. The contest can be found in there. And more people saying hello from Uruguay. Some people supporting Banana Script team from Guatemala. And
The
yeah.
team of Mexico. And, well, Bora UNB. Also, I think, and the keep top, this is Campina Grande, Paraiba.
We're
Did I
going to
pronounce it right?
start in 1 minute. 1 minute left. Do not touch anything.
Oh.
Yeah, so
In
Are
1
you
minute-
ready for beginning? This is the last minute of the before
Wait.
the contest. So is everybody ready? Federico, are you ready? Bill, are you ready? Bill. Bill.
Bill Boucher, come on.
so this is Christian Drus.
Bill, are you ready?
It's Christian Rus.
Are we ready to begin?
Our site
just
director.
30 seconds for the Latin American Championship.
Let's hear them. for
Bruno,
these final
are you
seconds.
ready? He's ready. Cisterns are ready. Shots are ready. Everything is good to go. Let's count down together.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. The ICPC 2026 Championship Latin America has begun. Good luck for everybody.
You may use your computer now. Please remember, if you need any kind of assistance,
Now
please
it's
raise your hand.
everything.
Yeah, so now it's official. It's going on. Let's see how quickly they solve problems. Sometimes in some contests, people solve problems in under 3 minutes. It's quite impressive when you think about it. You have to read the statement,
Understand it
understand it,
and code it.
send it through a system in under 3 minutes. For me, it's impossible. I can't be that fast, even for the simplest problems.
Yeah, but what I need is normally the teams there are two members reading the problems and one team member writing a script for a general head set of the code and you know.
So it actually varies from team. So
Yeah.
some of them do this like one of them is writing like code template ready to be used in no problems, while the other two are looking for the easiest one. Some teams prefer starting all three of them look
Looking at
for
the
the
problems.
problems to find the easiest one quicker. So strategies may vary depending on how quickly people understand things, how how quickly people type. Uh, but it's very impressive to see how quickly it will be. It depends a little bit also on with the letter of the easiest problems.
Yeah.
So
There are strategies that I know that, for example, one contestant reads from A to B, C, D in the normal order. Another one gets in the backwards, and the third one is reading it randomly.
So Emilio is working on the background to adjust the number of problems. For now, we are just seeing 7 of them. Any guess on how many problems do we have, Eddie?
I had some internal information here,
Okay.
really, and I knew that there were less than 99 problems.
Less than 99. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah,
That's accurate.
that's totally true.
See, I have good intel.
Yeah. So we
But more than three. Then.
more at least 6.
At least
I can say that are at least
7.
6.
Right?
Yeah, actually at least 7 because we are seeing from A to G, but actually it goes until L. So we have 12 problems, and
But you have better internal information.
yeah. So they from those 12 problems the most important thing is to solve as many as they can. So they should not try to do something much harder if they don't solve the easiest ones first, because penalty is the main tiebreaker. And so you should do things as quickly as possible. So right now, teams are looking for the easiest problems. They are reading statements. Sometimes it can be a bit tricky because people tends to assume that smaller statements mean
Oh, no.
easier problems. And also another tricky thing is that sometimes there are some picture which looks really complicated, especially with geometry, and they get scared. But they should read it carefully, look for the easiest problem, and try to code it as quickly as they can.
Thank you, Vinicius. And let's talk about how these teams get in here.
Okay.
The different countries make different regional, sub-regional or regional contests. The regional contest is the same for everyone, which is great, by the way. I think that we have this Latin American Championship in a distributed slot, one side per country, mostly. And the regional is the same, but before qualifying to the regional, there are also different stages. For example, I know for sure that Mexico and Central America, we have divided 4 dates for qualifying, that we'll all add up those dates and make the regional set properly of teams. And I know that Brazil, for example, they have this very big Brazilian qualifier, and well, those qualify in Brazil is 140 teams. No, I'm sorry, 60 teams, right? In the regional.
Yeah,
65?
usually around 60. We try to ensure at least 60,
60.
depending on the year. We can have a little more. But that's in the regional, in our Brazilian second phase. In the first phase, we have been so during the pandemic, numbers fluctuated a little bit, but we are close to 1,000 teams in the first phase.
Okay, great. And director, may I have see the the presentation on my screen, and we'll switch to the presentation just to see some numbers um, of the ICPC Latin American Championship. And so far, to get in here, we have 2,917 teams of 588 schools. And school means universities or and campus. That's the definition of a school, the last definition of school. So there's a university of campus. For example, in my country, we have Tecnológico de Costa Rica, Campus Central, and we have Tecnológico Costa Rica, Campus Alajuela. So there are 588 schools in Latin America and 18 countries of 6 regions. The regions are Mexico, Caribbean, Central America, South America North, South America South, and Brazil. As we can see, we have 2 region countries because you're huge. And these are the numbers of the teams and schools per country. As you can see, we have a very large contest. So every single country has their policy of how to qualify into the regionals. There are some countries that they qualify directly to the regional with no qualifier phase, and there are some countries that even though they have this qualifier phase, there are, for example, in Argentina, I know that there are some schools that are very far away from Buenos Aires and they can afford traveling twice to Buenos Aires, so they get an invitation to the regional because it's kind of long distance to cover. And as we can see in the at the right, those are the numbers of teams of Latin America for every single region in different colors through the years. And we can see the exponential growth of people with a peak about pandemics. We were growing, and pandemics happened. And actually, it was awful, but we are back and growing again.
And we have our first accepted problem.
And it's problem E.
So with 6 minutes, problem E was solved by Las Cuatros y Pelados of the Federal University of Pernambuco, or Universidade Federal de Pernambuco in Portuguese. And that's it. We have a leader. So now other teams will probably notice it. They have a projection of the scoreboard in a huge screen, so it will probably call their attention. And also, as you can see in the image, they are preparing to deliver the balloon corresponding to the yellow problem, but also 2 special balloons. One of them is the first overall problem solved in the contest, and another one with the letter E, which is the first team to solve problem E. So for other teams, for other problems, the first team to solve it will get a balloon with corresponding to its letter. But also, since this was the first overall, so they got also this star balloon as well.
Yeah, and that's very interesting. I was talking a little bit earlier about the balloon history and how we developed this culture around the balloons. And the story, it's quite curious because first of all, the ICPC this year is turning 50, so it's a very old company, old contest. But it's interesting because 50 years ago we had no network. We had no data sets, online that you can just send up the solution and compile it. So there was this phase of the contest that people use, I don't know if you have seen this, diskettes. This 3D printed of the save button. So the people use diskettes, and part of the runners' work, they actually were running because they get the diskette from the teams, they run through the judge system, they place the diskette, they compile the diskette, and if they get the proper solution, they get a color diskette for the problem. So there was this black diskettes for every single person, but the color diskette means that you got the problem solved. So the runner ran back with the diskette of the color, so they can see the color that they were getting, and well, that was solved with the networks, because when AT&T sponsor ICPC, they put on a network so they can just send a file. But there was this huge missing part about the diskette running through the contest floor to see who receives the diskette, the colorful diskette, and everything. So they solved this with balloons, and I think it's what was a great idea, because the balloons is colorful too, and it's actually more how do you say, like they more easy to see are among the contest arena, and we got balloons since the 80s, I guess.
Yeah, so the competition evolved. So some additional complications that weren't, let's say, necessary, or I would say not even good for the competition, were adapted as network evolved. It became available, and that's where we get. So now we can see that there are lots of new submissions. So another team from Universidad de Chile tried problem E
And they got
without
it.
success.
They got J.
But now UNLP solved problem J. So first solved for problem J, and just in the same minute, UMSS also solved it, and now the second accepted for problem accepted submission actually for problem E, and another one for problem J. So now things will start moving very quickly,
Very
right,
quickly.
Eddie?
This is the very more exciting part. We have maybe two easy problems, so let's hope every single team solves them.
Yeah. So now for other teams, most of them probably are already trying to solve one of these two, but if not, they should stop whatever they are doing and
solve
probably
this
solve these two, because the message is clear. So looking at the scoreboard, we have two problems that can be solved very quickly in 10 minutes, and different teams solve them. So it's not like very tricky or very specific knowledge needed. So if different teams solve the problem, it's a clear sign that it's definitely solvable
So-
in few minutes.
And we have now 6 teams with one problem. Actually, problem J is the most solved, even though it was not the first problem to solve, and problem E is still the first. Well, the first places have solved problem E, and I'm pretty sure that those both teams are trying to solve problem J as well as the problem J is they are happening to be. I'm trying to solve problem E, and the other teams, I'm pretty sure. They are at least reading input output, because maybe with that time the input and output can be sometimes even clear enough just to, okay, let's do this, let's code this, and that's it.
Yeah, so we have teams with problems solved from Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, and Mexico, right?
Yeah. And so that you can see now the pictures of the sponsor with Bill Poucher and the team that solved the first to solve problem J.
So for those special balloons, the first to solve on each problem. So the deliver is made by some special guest, either Dr. Bill Poucher or either one of sponsors, and that's it. Problem J balloon for first to solve was just delivered to team, not a number or need a name, from Universidad Nacional de La Plata.
Need the name, yeah. And as we can see, the first to solve problem E was Brazilian, the first to solve problem J was Argentina. So we were quite accurate in the sense that these these two countries seem to be favorites.
Yeah, and it's funny because if you look at right now for problem E, just Brazilians solved it. But if you look at problem J, different countries solved it. And just to make me wrong, team from Universidad de Buenos Aires just solved problem E, and also Universidad de La Habana
De La Habana, yeah.
also solved it. So now we have different countries in on all problems solved for now, which are problem E and problem J. And we also have submissions on problem G. So a
G?
different one, probably the third easiest.
Oh yeah.
So let's see. In a couple seconds, we know the verdict from the judges.
It's important to notice that this is all automated in the sense that there's a bot judging it most of the time. The human part is just an approval, right? In the sense that the data set has been correctly solved. And
And the submission for problem G was from one of our hosts, so we can see
do you think that is a Chilean problem somehow?
yeah, so the
Oh,
Universidade
and
Tecnológica de Santa Maria, and they tried problem G but without success for now, so they have other opportunities to try it again. Let's hope that they
they solve it.
either fix it quickly or at least they put it aside, solve E and J, and then go back to problem G.
So far we
So-
have two. There's no team with two problems right now, but we have two problems that it seems to be in the zone of reasonably fast development. And oh, there's another another submission.
Oh, someone
Sempre
is
Oxor.
and someone is ready to take the lead. So the team from Udesk in the fifth place, if they pass problem E as well, they would be the first team to solve two problems, and they did
That's
it.
it, yes. And I'm sorry, Sempre Oxor. Which university is that? Will you tell me?
Which one?
O Sempre Oxor. UDES.
Oh, it's from SC means Santa Catarina.
Santa
So
Catarina.
for most Brazilian universities, you can figure out where they are from the first two letters. That's not always the case, but in this case, it's Universidade do Estado de Santa Catarina. So most universities from Brazil, you can see that their name as either UF something, which usually Universidade
Universidade Federal.
Federal, and the place mostly the state. In this case, it's not the federal one; it's from the state. So Universidade do Estado de Santa Catarina, which is also a state in Brazil.
So great, once more. So Brazil is taking the lead, and UP Bonaterra from Mexico, Universidad Panamericana Bonaterra, the Igloo Zone, it's in second place right now with two problems too.
We and the same penalty, so they
The same-
both
yeah.
solved two problems and exactly the same minutes. So both solved
No,
the problem J with 11 minutes and
Oh, yeah.
both solved the problem E with 16 minutes. So very tight
This is-
competition for these two teams. Let's see how things develop from here.
What will happen if the number of problems is the same and the penalty is the same?
So
There's a third tiebreaker?
yeah, there is a third tiebreaker, which I'm not sure if it's in the scoreboard, which is the first one to reach that number of solved problems.
That you can be sure it's
You-
that one.
You were testing me,
Yeah,
right?
I know you were testing because I know you're a newbie in ICP. No, it's actually the first one who made the last deploy of the code. I mean, the first one who made their last code sent.
Yeah. So when a submission is made with success, when it's correct, we usually say that it's accepted, or sometimes just an AC, just
Yes, AC.
the abbreviation of it. So that's it. So the first team to reach, if there are two, in this case, two teams with two problems solved, the one that got there first is the one that will be on top.
The first of the last AC. That's the point.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
first of the last AC. And
It seems that we will
We have-
hear some announcements.
yeah,
or-
but I'm not sure. But Unicamp from Brazil is also in third place with two problems, and they have 6 more minutes of penalty.
Yeah, pretty close from
pretty
from
close
the
to-
other teams. So
But I am pretty sure that they have just started. We have less than 20 minutes so far, and we are going to have more surprises,
just
Uh,
like that.
just like that. Flamengo. Flamengo, I don't know so sure. I will pronounce it Flamengo, which has two problems with 28 minutes of penalty. 28 minutes of penalty.
So Flamengo is one of the most famous football teams from Brazil. So
Oh, do you like
I
football
guess
in Brazil?
I don't really, especially don't really like Flamengo because I'm from Rio.
I see.
And if you're from Rio, you either love it or you hate it because their supporters are very noisy and yeah, like bullies, you know.
Oh, I
So
see.
I'm on the second team. I don't really like them. So, but usually they would say Flamengo or something like this.
I see. So this is the call for the soccer team or football team. Great. And it's less.
Oh, Udesc is unstoppable. They just sent problem D. Unfortunately, it wasn't accepted, but they are very fast in this beginning. Let's hope they fix it. We want to see lots of balloons. We want
Yeah.
to see, if possible, all problems solved, even if not by the same team. But we would like to see more and more balloons as the competition develops.
Well, one of the hopes of the judges is to have as many problems solved as possible, but also given a proper competition in the sense that they are not like giving away free balloons, right? And Testigos de Germán, la Universidad de Bonaterra, Campus Guadalajara, Testigos de Germán, they have just reached their second problem. And well, I was saying that judges want problems to be solved, and that's the main issue here. They want to know, I don't know, like in the first 4 hours having 8 balloons and 9 balloons, but hopefully given a hard enough test in the sense that they don't want a team that can solve the 12 problems, in 3 hours, for example. That would be a shame. So the challenge is big. It's a very big challenge. I'm pretty sure that the algorithms, the data structures that they are required to resolve these problems, not only knowing these techniques, these algorithms is important, but also recognize them in the problem set. I mean, there are some right ways to describe a problem that is not naturally described or direct as the solution may imply.
Yeah, so problems usually will have a background story, so you have to understand what the background story is, how to model it as a graph or whatever data structure you want to use to model the problem, and then try to solve it after this first abstraction. So let's go down the scoreboard a little bit.
Sure.
So for now we have 7 teams with 2 problems solved. So we just got the 7th one from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile.
Oh, yes.
And then we have a second group here that solve problems E and J. And we have already 24 teams that solved at least one problem. And besides that, we have some submissions. We just got one first submission on problem B. Also, down there a little bit, we have the submission on problem G, and besides that, other submissions that weren't accepted yet for problems E and J. And also, as we have seen before, Udesc have also submitted problem D. So 2 problems were already solved, and 3 other problems were already tried. Problems B, D, and G. Of course, this is a sign that they should be attackable, but perhaps some team may misinterpret something, and well, they could be in the wrong direction. Perhaps they are attacking a problem that is actually much harder than they thought at first.
Exactly. And actually, it's curious that the first problem ever solved in this competition. Oh, well, they're charging my mouth, right? Because they just tried that one, and that moment that I said, they just tried the problem J. Oh, we have another problem solved?
Yeah, problem
Problem
B.
B.
So, Universidade Federal de Campina Grande, the unpronounceable name full of letters and numbers, just solved problem B without even solving problem J. So they are in a very good spot right now because they clearly know what should be the next problem to attack, which is problem J, but they solved one that no one else solved yet, which is problem B.
Yeah,
Very
so they
good
have
for
the
Campina Grande.
first solve problem. By the way, I've seen just Tecnológico de Alajuela, no name yet, sent a problem, and let me see, they get it wrong. Problem E, they get problem E wrong. So far, and we have no teams with 3 problems, right? Yet?
Not yet, yeah, but we have 13 now, 14 teams with 2 problems already. So any of
And-
them could could solve the third one at any minute.
And there was a balloon, I guess. There was a balloon. There is no more balloon.
Yeah, so you heard some noise. So the microphone from the contest floor is open for us. So we sometimes we can hear some noise from there. So a celebration from a team, or perhaps a balloon just exploding, just like we heard.
Yes.
And
But
now we
that's totally part of the competition.
Yeah, and now we can see problem B, balloon, the first to solve balloon being delivered by our sponsors from JetBrains,
Yeah.
and also by Professor Bill Poucher.
Which is this a very huge part of the competition. I mean, those balloons are, I think, golden valued in the sense that the amount of time, effort, to be the first in the whole competition, because once more, these are the best of the best. And, well, let's see.
Oh.
Sempre Oxor, it's have sent just
So Udesk is trying problem
Well,
D again. Let's hope they
yeah.
are more lucky this time.
I don't think lucky they were not.
Oh,
Well, and let me see so far. We have from different countries. We have 17 countries in here. There was one country that qualified, but they couldn't make it. Was Western Trinidad and Tobago. The 41 teams here are six countries. I mean six teams from Mexico, which are Facultad de Ingeniería, Tecnológico de Monterrey, Universidad Panamericana de Monaterra. I don't think I can.
and Campina Grande, so sorry for interrupting, but
Yes.
Campina Grande just solved the third problem. So I
So
said that problem, Jay, was clearly the next one, and I
Yeah.
guess they didn't hear me because the scoreboard was very clear about it, and they solved it, and now they are the new leaders with three problems. The first team to reach three problems.
And just 64-minute
Universidade
penalty is
Federal de
great.
Campina Grande.
They have a very great penalty right now, and they can get very well, since they are very competitive. I mean, they have a huge advantage with that penalty and having the first problems B and everything. They are advancing in a very good measure.
But they are in a tough spot. It's not very easy to be in the first place in the following sense. All the other teams are looking at the scoreboard right now and
They are
reading or
following the-
rereading probably, as they know that's probably not that hard as it was solved in 22 minutes. But Campina Grande now has identified it by themselves what the next problem would be.
And I think that Sempre Oxor have given a clue about problem D, but we don't know if they are not in the right path or they are missing a border case. The problems that usually came along with when you get stuck in a problem.
What if they are doing a very bold strategy, which is identifying a problem that they are not going to solve at all and just making submission, then just to
That's a
add
very
some noise to the
bold
scoreboard.
gambling in the contest, but it can be done. I mean, it's kind of valid. I mean, this problem we know nothing. There's the hardest problem ever. Let's send twice just because there's no penalty until you get an AC. So
If they don't expect to solve it, perhaps they could
can-
do it just to
and since,
mislead the
since they are in
opponents,
the
right?
top, they're making some noise to the whole board. The scoreboard effect that we were talking yesterday, and that's kind of cool. It will be really more than bold, kind of. It can be considered fair play.
Yeah,
It's part of the competition, part of the competition lets, right? So I was saying that from Antigua and Barbuda we have one team from Western Indies University. From Cuba we have here just one team from Universidad de La Habana, UH Pop. From Dominican Republic, that one team, Pulse Demon from Puerto Rico, Wolfbite from Universidad de Puerto Rico, Trinidad and Tobago, who were the ones who didn't make it, and Costa Rica. And well, from Central America, we have three teams. One from Costa Rica, the no name yet. From Guatemala, Banana Script, and from El Salvador, Synapsis, which was very close to one of the sponsors' name, right?
yeah.
From South America North, this part is kind of complicated for me. three teams qualified, but just two teams could make it. From Colombia, un triciclo, and from EAFIT, qué bendición. And the one that is actually in the remote session, Lugia Brasileiro. I don't know why Lugia Brasileiro. When I read the team, I thought that it was Brazilian.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
And from Argentina and the South America South region, we have from Argentina seven teams. Um, and from Bolivia, one team, Guasos del Valle, and from Chile, we have four teams, which is Sin Globito No Hay Fiesta, Memoir del Pudu, La Casneta, and La Secta, which is our host best female team. And from Uruguay, one team, Dividimos y No Conquistamos. From Peru, sale en O de Uno, which will be great to have every single problem here in just a set of number of steps. And from Brazil, I will not spell this because I will let my friend Vinicius here to name them. I don't know how to pronounce many of them. I will do my best. Okay, I will do my best. From Brazil, we have 12 teams, which is the country with more representation in here. It's 9 continua dentro de nos. It was fine, more or less.
Yeah, from Unicamp.
From
And
Unicamp.
I recommend you that do not read the next one. Just say that it's from Universidade Federal de Campina Grande because the number is just a set of numbers and letters.
Yes, I was told that it was an hexadecimal something, and I'm not sure if I want to translate it to proper letters, but let me see.
Which is the current leader, right?
Which
on
is the current leader.
scoreboard.
So that's the big name. And we have also Uga Buga, Las Cuatro de Pelados, Semproxor, Los Tralalleitos dicen Flamengo, Flamengo, Esofacel. The next one I can spell it, and I don't know why they chose this name. Apes Together Strong.
Someone told me that's a reference to Planet Ape,
Yeah,
the movie.
it is. Here's my number, and there's the phone number. So call me, maybe. And that is a prime number actually. That's for some hashing. And meu nome é Shadow. Sou aquele que disse todo o seu passado. Para trás não faço esse contest. Para nenhum não estou preso a nada. More or less.
Yeah. Close enough.
Fair enough. The next one is SI Resolve com CCW. And the last one, which was the best female Latin American team, I guess, right?
Yep.
Grafo de Botas.
And that's it. Those are the teams here at the Latin American Championship from ICPC. That's the third championship in Latin America. So the first two were won by Brazilian teams. Let's see what happens today. Perhaps Brazil keeps the
record.
the record, but it could be another team.
Well,
There are a lot of time for teams to
to improve, to make solutions. Actually, what we can be sure about is that Brazil, after today, will be that country with most Latin American championships.
at least this
At
title
least.
Brazil will keep. So
Yeah. Actually, in the first Latin American Championship, there was this event. I don't know if event is the proper word, but the difference from the first to second place was penalty. And we can say, yeah, about, 5 minutes? No, not 5 minutes.
smaller.
Smaller than 5
Smaller
minutes.
difference?
The penalty just was
4 perhaps.
smaller than 4.
Oh, come on. 2?
Can you think that it was smaller than 2?
Oh, is there something? 1.
1 minute. I mean,
Wow.
and the second place was from Argentina, and I mean, they were somehow
Frustrated, let's say.
frustrated, yeah, in the cold forces and everything, and 1 minute was the difference, one single minute, which also tells about the problem set, that how hard it was. I mean, and the set of problems they did was not the same. I mean, they have one problem different from. I mean the Brazilian team, the Argentinian team, they have one problem different in the set that they solve, and there was 1 minute difference. So We can see that the competition is high, that the problem statements are hard, and
And in some sense, when teams are that close, it makes not only for us the competition more interesting to follow, but also for teams, it's probably better for them because they have a reason to put some more effort, right?
yeah.
If a team was much better than the other ones, perhaps it got a little demotivated. They already won even before the competition starts, but this competitivity it makes them improve.
Yeah, actually, and the fact that the regional contest, we could see that the level of the universities of the teams, and they have like 3 months to prepare from regional to here, so they can be preparing themselves more. They can solve the regional problem that they couldn't make in the first time. They learn more, and they keep improving. And that's one of the parts of the actually the educational focus on the ICPC is great in the sense that you are not rewarded in here for knowing something, but for understanding it. I mean that's a huge difference. And actually, in the once again educational aspect of what you know here is that when you solve a problem, it's yours. The ability to solve it is yours, and since you have no internet, no AI, no extra help, what we can see here, the problems that are solved here are actually solved by you, by your person, by your team. So the abilities, the skills that we are facing here, that we are appreciating here, are the best in many senses. In the sense that of what they can do, what they can solve. I mean, the if there's a problem that you don't know, it's because you can do that you cannot do, is because there's something that you don't know, and somehow the ICPC like shows you what you don't know and the path for learning those. So these competitions, the way that the regional combat from sub-regionals to the regional to the Latin American Championship, it's a path of growth, and I think that every single team in here is they are not as strong as they were the year before. I mean, they keep growing.
Yeah, and the top of the scoreboard is a bit agitated, so we had new submissions for problem B. One of them was accepted, and with that, Udesc topped the leadership. So now we have a new leader, also from Brazil. So Universidade do Estado de Santa Catarina is a new leader with a smaller penalty than the desk than UFCG. Actually, their window for taking the lead, I was doing this math. The window that a team with two problems could still solve a problem to take the lead, and they did it 2 minutes before that window closes. So they are 2 minutes ahead in penalty from UFCG. So two teams now with three problems solved, the same three problems B, E, and J. And Udesc actually already tried problem D for 3 times. They submitted 3 times the problem D, so they are probably quite confident that the approach is right, but they didn't gotten accepted yet. Perhaps there is some bug of some kind. And as we speak,
or the ball move is getting bigger.
yeah, if they are trying those questionable, let's say, moves for just for deceiving others, but I guess they are not doing that at all. So and UFMG just solved problem D as well. So now we have three teams with three problems, followed by, let's go down a little bit, the scoreboard. So after these three teams with three problems, we have a large group of teams with two problems. So until position 22. And then we have another set of teams with one problem. Many of them already submitted a second one. So we have 35 teams that solved at least one problem right now. And a few more in the end of the scoreboard that are still trying to get their first balloon.
So how many teams with no problem so far?
So we have 6 teams with no problem solved yet.
6 teams. Okay, there's and
And numbers are changing quite quickly.
yeah,
So for now,
and they will be changing.
yeah, especially in these first few hours, things move very quickly. So I thought 22 teams had at least 2 problems, now 24, and this number keeps being updated. Let's go up again. and that's the top of the scoreboard. So for now, 3 teams from Brazil, actually all of them with 3 problems solved. And besides the problems that were already solved, there were submissions in some others. Problem A, D, F, and G have submissions.
And sorry to interrupt, but I've just noticed that Tecnológico de Alajuela have just get to 2 problems, so they have problem E and problem J, and with a very large penalty because they missed twice problem E.
Yeah, and this makes a lot of difference in the beginning because a lot of teams get tied in the number of problems solved. But if they solve more, perhaps let's hope that this penalty is not that important for their final position in the scoreboard.
And so far, let me see how's the chat because we haven't seen the chat in a while.
Well, as you move there, I will update you here because 2 other teams just got 3 problems.
Wow.
So as we just said, things move very quickly and in this part of the contest. And we got a team from Mexico, Testigos de Germán, de Guadalajara, and UNB, Universidade Nacional de Brasília, also got problem B. So now I think we can say quite confidently that problem B is the third easiest.
Yeah,
Uh, and let's see who finds the fourth one first.
Yeah, the first to solve, and the next one first to solve. And we have some greetings for Vamos las Cuatro. There's a question here that if we are going to comment on the problems on this transmission, the answer is we're going to have a general view of the problems with the chief judge, and we also we're having after that later on 3 hours maybe the explanation of 1 or 2 problems by Marcos Coloni with Vinicius, and also oh, there is a question: what specific region is this? This is Latin America Championship, and there are some messages. Go Pulse Demon, the República Dominicana. Go Udes, go. Let's say greetings for Corman, and from Vamos Torcida. Vamos Torcida make any sense in Brazilian?
Yeah, so perhaps let me see exactly where it's written because it can mean
Vamos Torcida de UFCG. Bravo.
yeah, so it's the supporters of the university.
Okay.
Because I was checking because it could mean something else because so there is a snack with a name called similar to this, and one team last year had the name making reference to this snack, so it could be like a very convoluted reference to this, but no, it's just let's go supporters of Universidade Federal de Campina Grande.
Okay, so there's a U Bora Ribeirão Preto Consegue Miguel. I don't know what that means. Sorry.
Yeah, so Ribeirão Preto is a city.
Okay.
You can do it, Miguel. That's what
Okay, you can
that's
do
what
Miguel.
it means.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. So yes, there are some hearts. Grafo de botas. Nosas minas come. Ah, that's a very nice messages, I guess. Nosas meninas come to UNB. So it was a support for message for the best Latin American female team.
Yeah.
Grafo de botas. Gabriel de Pedro, the UFC, South Top, vamos que vamos. And there's an also Yuba, Group Carmen. Okay, this is one of my students actually. My goats, it's no name yet. How many classified to the World Finals? We don't know yet. Officially, at least 12, right? More or less. Officially at least 12. But
Usually at least 6 to be on the safer side.
on the
One
safer-
one per sub-region.
yeah, on some region, but well, hopefully 12 to Latin America, but that will be on closure in the closing ceremony. There are also Vamos La Casneta Chile, Ili. There's also one more for Corman. Oh, there's a here champán en lata. Have you tried ever champán en lata?
Never ever seen.
But we have here. And once more, Vamos Santa Fe, champán en lata. So people in here are supporting their teams. And how is everything here? We have now 6 teams with 3 problems yet.
Yeah, and I would like to point out that UNB has 2 teams in the top 6. So it's the only university with 3 teams here. So it's very hard to manage that because the rules usually just allow two teams from the same university, but they actually were the best female team. So for this rule, there is no restriction. So that's why they have 3 teams here, and 2 of them are in the top 6, which are the teams that solved 3 problems. So very strong university. They are not here for tourism. They are here to fight for the best positions.
And actually, the problem is that even though it was first and second team, they cannot go both to the World Finals because the World Finals has this rule: just one team per university.
Yeah,
Just
so
one
even
team
if they manage to do it,
So they,
just one of them can go to the World Finals this year.
so actually, their main competition is with each other.
Yeah, in some sense, yeah. If the competition just ended right now, only one of them would be in the World Finals, even having such a good position on the scoreboard. So let's see. Let's see. They have to be very aware of the other team from the same university if they really want a chance to advance to the World Finals.
And Unicamp it's sending problem B, but they missed. Okay. So, um, what else can say about this competition? Did you enjoy it? Would you enjoy this competition?
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, exactly. One of the fact is that I have heard so many things about the students, how ICPC changes their lives, how they get enthusiastic or less bored with the career just because the ICPC. Sometimes I have asked this many times to contestants. Would you recommend ICPC? Do you like ICPC? What did you like about ICPC? I have these experiences that, for example, in Costa Rica, one student told me, ICPC is the best thing that ever happened to me. The best thing that ever happened to me. From Colombia, I remember that I remember that they say, ICPC is what makes my career fun. I mean, fun, entertainment, right? And even talking with our chief judge, that we will have him later, he actually told me that ICPC gave him more interest in courses. I mean, after a course ends, after class ends, stays with the professor, asking him about more advanced topics that were covered in the course just because they needed for solving problems. So once more, the academic part, and I remember this saying, ICPC is a life changing. So we can have a lot of opportunities given by ICPC, not only job opportunities but academic opportunities. And what I think is the most important issue about ICPC is that the confidence that you are learning something, that it's the same language we speak all along Latin America and the world itself. I mean, there is nothing like Brazilian number theory or Mexican graph theory. The graph theory is the same for everyone, everywhere in the world. So the validation that you get when there's a contest with 3,400 universities all over the world, and the confidence that you have solved the problems. I mean, there are people in here that can solve the Latin American Championship that are from, I don't know, India, from Russia, from China, from wherever they want. So the fact that if all people all across the world in different universities can solve the same set of problems, the same kind of problems, kinds of talk about the language that we're using here is more universal language, and that's something that is actually one of the most important issues about the very big, large, and talented community we are developing here, and we are getting to we're getting to make the students happy and
And actually,
realize.
I can say that some of the stuff you mentioned apply to myself. I am a former contestant, and one of the things that impacted me the most is the fact that I actually started to study more because of ICPC. You know, because sometimes you just study enough to get a good grade, and then why keep moving on? You know, next semester there will be new courses, then you study new stuff, and ICPC actually made me always look for more, and actually it had an impact on my decision to stay in academia and also which research field to choose. But even though those that go to industry, many companies value these set of skills, right? The algorithmic capabilities they have, and the coding skills as well, of course. And for many people, even if they don't realize it immediately, they just develop so much skill that will open many doors for them professionally later, and and skills that will be used actually in their jobs. And as we were talking about these kind of impact, some changes in the scoreboard. So now the team from UBA also solved problem B. So we have 7 teams uh,
3 problems.
with 3 problems, and actually UBA is one of the most traditional Universidad de Buenos Aires is one of the most traditional schools in ICPC. They have one of the largest number of medals, and they have just in the World Finals for 12 times. They have been the best team from Latin America in the World
And
Finals.
with 3 World Finals, for finalists, bronze medal.
Yeah, which are very very hard to reach.
Yeah, because there are just 12 medals in the contest normally.
Yeah.
And thank you. Actually, I have here some messages that I say. Well, first helicoptero, ENB number 1, and answering to what we're talking, it says ICPC way of life. The ICPC was way of life. And there's another fact. I don't know if you know what Dunning-Kruger effect is. Is the incapability of someone to grade or to value themselves in a proper way. And I think that ICPC cures you from Dunning-Kruger. And well, you actually mentioned it somehow when you said you were just studying to pass and to get a good grade, because the topics that they are covering in the course is not everything that there is.
Yeah.
But the ACPC is everything that there is in programming. And the lack of a syllabus, an official syllabus from ICPC, is because, according to Bill Poucher, they don't want to put a roof on what the students can do. So, sky's the limit? No, there's no limit. That the only limit to ICPC is whatever can be programmed. That's our syllabus, and that's what they want to achieve. So, if you are good at ICPC, you're good in what there is to program in the world, and that's it. So companies, academia, whatever. And actually, there's another interesting story that we have some from Central America, a Costa Rican, who actually got an interview for a doctorate, PhD scholarship, just because he was a world finalist, ICPC world finalist. So, and
That's a good thing to have in your CV, right?
yeah, it's actually not only good, but there are just 430 more or less, 400 and no, I don't know, 140 teams per year that can say so. So
Yep.
that's something that is very different, very differentiated.
And the interesting thing as well is that it's not just about reading books and getting more knowledge inside your head. You actually have to know how to use it, and I think one of the things that this problem solving develops is that you somehow you get better at thinking. You know, like what are the important parts of the problem, and you start understanding different approach and then recognize patterns more easily, so you get a better problem solver, even on topics that perhaps you never studied formally. So it's not just about I need to know every possible algorithm that has been thought before, because many problems actually for many people, the most interesting ones, not only in the competition but also in your professional life, won't be problems that have been solved before. There won't be problems that there is a specific algorithm for them. You have to develop new algorithms for it, and this practice helps you a lot doing this kind of thing. So looking back at the scoreboard, I want to point out that problem F and I have been tried by the top teams. So problem I think it's a first. So no other team had tried it before. So UFCG had the chance to take the lead, but unfortunately they didn't pass it. And going down on the scoreboard, other teams have tried problem B. So they naturally they identify that this is the problem to be attacked, looking at the top of the scoreboard, but still some of them still didn't manage to get it accepted. Perhaps they are lost in a corner case or something like this. And so for now we have submissions on problems. Let's go back to the top. Problems A have submissions. Problem B have submissions, and some teams solved it. Problem D, E, F, G, I, J. So actually most problems already have at least one submissions. Some of them still don't. Probably this gives some hint to us that there are some problems that are quite hard, because even to attack them with a wrong solution could look hard to do, right?
Yeah, actually, when you attack a problem with a wrong solution, it's the path for getting stuck.
Yeah.
And that's the worst thing that can happen here, because when you get stuck in the competition, you have nowhere to go, nowhere to study, and you maybe your idea is not that far from the right answer. But if you have something that you haven't considered about, so that will be actually a large issue. And when what you were saying before about how the mental skills somehow get developed, and how people think differently, I have another anecdote, because I was told by a student that after making a lot of ICPC problems, he started washing dishes differently, because he wanted to maximize the process of throughput about the cleaning dishes. So the movement that they had to do for taking a dish, for scrubbing and for washing, it was different, in the sense that they were optimizing everything. And I think that it's important, because it's not only that this will affect your academia or your work, this affects your life, and this affects how you take decisions, how you formally describe a problem, and how you formally take it into a situation. And I remember this edutuber, which is a Spanish edutuber, who actually says that one of his students was hired as human resource manager, but the requirement says that he has to be a mathematician. So why a mathematician to solve a human resource problem? Because mathematicians, and I think that is something which are in programming, they are used to take into a problem, divide the problem, take every single characteristic of the problem, and solve the problem and itself by dividing and conquering in some sort of way. So the fact that we have almost developed a skill of having troubles mute somehow, it's a way to make this effort and to make this all valuable to their life. There's a question in here that well, maybe someone who in the chat, but if there is any manual to review Boca, or there's about the committee. Oh yeah, we're going to have our chief judge and to explain how topics are selected, the problems are selected, and we're going to have. Let me see. Oh, we have. Oh, by the way, we have something very interesting here. Let me see if I can project this. Wait a minute.
Yeah, while you set things up, I would mention that some people ask what the ranking you need to stay. You need to reach to get a slot in the World Finals. We don't have this number, so let's not speculate too much about it. But taking last year as a reference, we had 18 teams, so perhaps these many will have, perhaps a little less. So let's work with this number. Uh, for now, we don't have an official information about this. Probably on the awarding ceremony, that they will say as soon as the official results are out during the award ceremony, they will already know the teams. We already know whether they got or not classified to the World Finals, but 18 would be a starting reference. But the minimum guaranteed it's the champion of each region inside Latin America, which are 6. So at least 6 teams will be on the World Finals. So are you ready to share
Yeah,
some inside
Mr.
information with
Director,
us?
can I get the image? Okay, I'm sorry, that's not. Let me see if I can make it this bigger. I don't know if it's readable from there. Let me see. Okay, this is the submission from one of the teams, and as you can see, once more, the difference between the right answer and the wrong answer was just one line, and it was that line. I think it was they printed out A and B, and what they have to print was A plus one, B plus one.
Exactly. So a single line, just a off by one error, classic one. uh, that was the mistake the team had. They noticed it, fixed it, sent it again, and didn't change anything else in the code, and the problem got accepted.
That's the difference between AC and a 20-minute penalty.
Yeah.
And we also have this other code from Kusei sent, and the problem was once more aligning here. And let me see if I can get a better view of what was the difference. Okay, oh, that's a little bit harder because they had to sort a vector, I guess. And so normally when we sort a vector, we sort a vector from the beginning to the end. But they didn't have to sort all the vector. They just have to solve part of the vector.
Yep.
So they have to solve from begin to the begin plus k, which means just the first k slots on the vector.
Yep.
Ooh, that kind of mistakes can do harsh penalty, but that's what the
Once
game
again, a single line of code different from one submission to the next one.
is. Somehow the problem was solved. I mean, the problem was solved in
Yeah, that's the-
Melterman's algorithms.
Yeah, in the end, that's the most important thing. The problem was solved, but they got penalty and probably spent a little time to figure out what was wrong. But thankfully, they did it and they got the accept.
And as you can see, I mean, well, that's a shame. I mean, those lines are very hard in the sense that, oh, what a mistake, and let's move on.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Let's see back to the table, the standings.
Yeah, so lots of new accepted submissions for problem B. So now 12 teams with 3 problems. So 12 is a very nice number because it's our medal zone. So medals are delivered for the top 12 teams. So the top 4 get gold medal, the next 4 silver medal, and finally the 4 from the 9th to the 12th position get a bronze medal. So for now, if you have any hope of getting a medal, you need to solve at least 3 problems. But of course, we just completed the first hour of contest, so
4 more hours to go.
4 more hours to go. A lot to change. Of course, things will start moving a bit more slowly because the problems get harder. Once the easiest ones are solved, it will take longer to solve the next one. It's not just typing random stuff. You really have to think about the problem and sometimes think a lot to get to the right solution. So let's see how things end. But I guess three. Well, we know that three problems are already a bar, and teams that have hope to advance to the world finals or advance to the medal zone, they need to solve something, some more problems. And problem G was just attempted by Udesk. Let's see if they pass it. It could be the first team to reach four problems, and also it would be in this case the first to solve balloon as well for problem G.
Well, actually, one interesting fact is that the longer the answer is to take, I mean, the longer time the answer is to develop, the more likely the solution is accepted because most of the test cases are passed, and of course the test cases can have a border case at the end, but so far they are passing most of the test cases. Is
Yeah, and
that
talking a little bit about this, so there are many test cases that the judges prepare. So different inputs for each one. The solution must give the correct answer, and the idea is to stress all the possible mistakes or wrong solutions that teams could try. And unfortunately, they didn't pass it. So as Eddie was saying, if it takes long, it's in some sense a good sign because as soon as the judges find a test case for which the solution is not correct, they don't run the rest of them because it doesn't make any sense to do so. So if it takes longer, in some sense, it can be seen as a good sign that that the solution is probably giving the right answer for many test cases. But they didn't pass it. But it's interesting point on the competition where they already have codes written for two different problems that they didn't solve. Problems D and problem G.
Yeah, we can be sure that the capture of the data is properly taken. So most of the code has to be reusable. And let's see what happening to these teams. I'm pretty sure that the medal area will not stand with three problems. Yeah.
I would be definitely surprised.
Oh, surprise is the list. And we also have, remember that this side contest with the CCL members. And like I told you before, the CCL, I mean, it's café con leche, café con leite in Portuguese. And the fact is that they were supposed to be kids. They weren't supposed to be in the main competition. They are supposed to just compete as a fun, as part of the Olympiad programming. But as I say this time, our café con leche zone, it's actually a cafe with energy drinks, because this year is it's a very large group of very talented. We have Latin American champions. We have former Latin American champions, former Brazilian champions, and the competition is huge over there. And we're having 2 more minutes with our transmission, and in 2 more minutes we will have also the participation of our first sponsor.
So we'll do a small break to watch a video from that sponsor, and we'll come back later with some more information. But just to give you some spoiler about the CCL, for now, the top CCL teams are all also with 3 problems solved. But we talk a little more about it soon. So let's watch the video from JetBrains now.
Yeah, thank you.
JetBrains is an ICPC community treasure.
Hello guys, I'm Professor Anderson from Brazil. I'm the operations director in the Brazil finals. I'm here with these two guys that are from JetBrains, Luis de Bella and Wout Werkman. They're from JetBrains. They're here helping us to do this beautiful competition, and I'm going to welcome you here and want you to talk a little bit what you do there in JetBrains, and then I'm going to extend our conversation to talk a little bit about the tools and everything that is coming out in 2026. Please, Luis.
Okay, great. My name is Luis de Bella. I'm regional marketing manager for JetBrains for this month for 7 years. And since last year, I got engaged with ICPC. JetBrains is sponsoring the event as a global tools sponsor, but the region wasn't involved until last year in participations at the event. So it's a great pleasure for us in the region to be part of this. And I'm trying since last year when I participated for the first time in Bahia for the finals last year to get engaged with the community in the region. So during this period, I also did some sponsorship for local events in Brazil and Colombia, supporting some campus and events preparation for ICPC, where we can get more engaged. And one of my goals for the region is to get closer to universities, alumni, and communities to strengthen this relationship.
Wout, please talk about a little bit about your job, what do you do at JetBrains, and what do you expect for this competition that's going on right now?
Yes, thank you. Also, thank you for having us, actually. Excited to be here. And what I do. Yes, and I'm a developer at JetBrains. I started as an intern, and now actually I'm also moving into the university relations team, for whom I am here today. I've been involved in ICPC community for quite some time now. I've been at quite some of the World Finals, and this is my first Latin American Finals.
Very
and
good.
it's hard to express how excited I've been to be here and to see everyone. Yes.
No, very nice. I saw your talk at the opening ceremony, and I could see that you were so excited with the event, and it's very nice to me as a professor to see students that were in previous competition, and they are now growing and working and coming back to the competition and helping the competition to grow. And this is very nice for me as a professor. As I see my students their participation, I want them to follow this same path as you did, to grow and then come back to help the competition even more. I have some questions for you guys. I know that JetBrains has been a global tool sponsor for the ICPC since 2017, I think. And what's the importance for JetBrains to help this community to grow? How do you look at the competition from inside the company, Luis? Please.
Yeah, for us it is very important because I think JetBrains was born as a company worried with formation, with developers, and creating excellent tools so they can perform better and create better coding. So it's very important, and since many years, all JetBrains tools are 100% free for students, and it's free for universities to adopt. And it's one of our main objectives for the future, even with all the buzz we have nowadays with AI and things that we think the core part of software development. Our people are developers, so our goal is to empower this with every time create and deliver better tools for this community.
Very good, very good. I know that here in the competition, we've got a lot of teams using your tools. Like one of the most used tool is Sea Lion. We know about it, Sea Lion. But we know that as Valt is here, I want to ask you a little bit about Kotlin. I noticed that you like it a little bit. So can you talk to us a little bit about that and what is coming out for 2026 about Kotlin, and we can talk a little bit about other tools too.
Yes. First of all, thank you for asking about Kotlin. I was when you already asked me, I'm constantly thinking, don't talk about Kotlin yet, don't geek out yet.
Wait.
You asked for it. You asked for it. You got yourself into it. Yes, Kotlin is. I work as a developer on the Kotlin team. I do tooling there, and I'm indeed very passionate about programming languages in general, and I got quite fascinated by Kotlin indeed. So you asked about what's new in 2026. There is actually there is some pretty cool features coming up that are a bit too technical probably to get into.
Okay.
But there's some really nice performance improvements that we're getting on other platforms. Just how quickly can I cover this? Kotlin is like you might know Java as a
Yes.
language that
I'll talk about
people often strongly connect Kotlin with Java, which is fair. Like that's really where we started. We as JetBrains, we love programming. We're passionate about Java development, and we built tools for Java. That's where we started. IntelliJ was our first tool, but over time we saw some problems with Java, our own, and we thought like, hey, maybe we can fill some of those gaps. Put some pressure on Java, and we built Kotlin. I'll skip a bit over exactly how I did that, but actually nowadays, one of the things is that unlike just compiling to Java, you can also compile it to native bytecodes, which means you can run it on iOS, which is quite relevant because Kotlin is the official language for Android. Google realized what Kotlin can mean for Android, which was Java historically. And one of the nice advantages, Java you cannot run immediately on iOS. Kotlin you can compile to native binaries and run on iOS directly. So code you wrote for Android you can reuse for iOS. That was one of the main selling points, and people started using for a lot of other things. Now we have Kotlin WebAssembly, and there's some performance improvements specifically on the website, which are apparently I've seen a lot of people be very excited about this.
That's what I want to ask you, because I'm a Java professor, so I teach Java, I don't know, for 10 years now.
Wow.
So I'm really excited to know about Kotlin a little bit more. Maybe we can talk later about it.
I would love that.
But I know where you started because I teach Java a long time, and I know that you started with IntelliJ and Java and everything. And I know that what you're talking about, and I know the Java problems and all that. And I'm sure that we can talk a lot about it later.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Luis, we were talking a little bit before we come in here. We were talking about AI and this large world that this thing is growing every day, and everybody's talking about it. What do you think what is coming out from JetBrains? What the JetBrains company think about that? What do you have to give the students, give us a little bit about AI?
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we started about 3 years ago, as every other company started, to develop our tools to also support AI and agents. This is the new era, it's the evolution, but our approach is that the core is still people. So everything we do thinking about that we need to give conditions for people to be more productive and to deliver every time better. So we developed along the last 2 or 3 years our own solutions for AI. We have inside our IDEs nowadays AI Pro and the AI solution, and even an agent that we created called Juni. That is our agent. And but one of the things that we are doing is that we are agnostic about the future. So our tools, our IDEs, are open to connect with all the solutions we have nowadays in the market. So we recently announced last week or this week a partnership with Codex. We have partnership with OpenAI, Claude, and the most recent one is with Cursor. So that's where the world is moving. We are moving together with the experience with recently completed 26 years of experience in doing programming tools for developers. So that's the way we will keep for the future.
That's nice. That's nice. That's very good to think about AI as an open tool that everybody will use it in the future, is using today. And there's a lot of options in the market, and you can connect the one you like most to your development tool. That's very nice. That's very open. I think that's kind of the future. You have to be open to everything that's coming in the future. Well, I have a lot of bit a lot of just a little bit of more questions to talk to you. I know that you have license to students. I know you talked a little bit. Can you explain a little bit more to teachers, to professors, and how do you do that? Where the students that are watching us can enter the website? What's the website? Can you talk about that, please?
Yeah, well, one of my goals when I started at JetBrains 7 years ago was to have communication in our language for the region. So since 6 years ago, we have a Brazilian Portuguese website as well as a Spanish website. So if you go to our website, you can look for solutions for students or academy, and you are going to find all the information you need to have your university registered and give the opportunity for your students to download our tools. All the information are available in both languages, and in our website you are going to be able to find all the information where you can download the free versions of all our materials. And during events like this, we also promote some other campaigns, for example, to use Kotlin, and there's even Kotlin Academy that you can engage with us. We have JetBrains Academy, that is a platform for learning. And that's it. It's everything on websites and in our languages.
Very nice. We're running out of time now, but I'm going to ask you, Wout, the last question. What do you are you liking Chile and Santiago? It's your first time here in Latin America. What are you thinking about?
It's so hard to give a short answer to this. And I know you're looking for that, so I'll just say yes, I'm loving it. It's amazing. The people are amazing. The contestants are amazing. The coaches. Thanks, everyone, for the amazing hospitality. I'm loving it here.
Very good, very good. Luis, one last word.
Yeah, that's it. It's proud to be again participating in a World Championship, and I hope to be present in some other regional events for the future. Maybe I'll come back to Chile to participate in a final for Chile, and I would like also to visit some other countries in the region.
Very good, very good. And we expect to see you with us in the next years. All the Latin American finals in the next years. I thank you for being here with me.
You.
And that's all. We have the guys coming back soon to talk to you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And we're back. Happy to be back. And a lot of things has happened in the last minutes, and the promise of more problem solve has been accomplished, right?
Yeah.
And as we can see, there we have a new leader with 4 problems, and actually 5 teams with 4 problems.
Yep. And with two different new ones, right?
Yeah.
When he left, like 15 minutes ago, we had like lots of teams with 3 problems, no one with 4. But and from them, problems A and F have been solved. 2 teams have solved problem A, and 3 teams have solved problem F in the top of the table. So lots of changes, and I will be impartial, and I won't say I'm happy to see who is in the top of the scoreboard
No,
right now.
It's not like you are a professor in that university or
Yeah.
something like that. No, nothing like that.
And even if I were, I would be impartial and wouldn't say that I'm happy with that.
Never, and you won't even be happy. Not to that unbiased.
And then we were talking about UNB, how well the university is doing. They are not here, definitely not for just touristing. They have 2nd and 3rd place right now. So directly competition for the World Finals. They depend only on themselves. The rest of the teams do not have anything to do with this fight. Followed by La Plata, Universidad de La Plata, and
name.
yeah, and another one from Argentina as well, right?
Helicopter, right?
Yeah. So now the teams with 4 problems solved are 3 from Brazil, 2 from Argentina. So I guess your prediction that we had favorites from those 2 countries are more or less being realized. So that's it. Many changes, and we should probably go down the scoreboard as well. What do you think?
Yeah, sure. And let me see.
Okay, so
Okay, so let me see, because I have some news also. There's a problem from helicopter and problem B, the solution. Can I get the image from the computer director, please?
okay, let's do this first then.
And just because, guess what?
One line.
As you can see in there, the solution it's okay. Let me see here. That's the difference from. Oh my God, that was the difference. The red line was the first cent.
They were manipulating indices, and they just have to switch them, right?
Yes.
A and I and J instead of J and I.
I.
That was the mistake.
That was the mistake, which is a huge mistake. I mean, even if you read it, it's hard to find, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
when you are with 2 letters that are so close, so similar, an I and a J, it's even if you wanted to do so rightly, you will find the problem hardly, and that's caused actually the 20-minute penalty. It's actually this team Helicoptero, it's in 5th place, even though they have solved, as you see, the problem almost correctly.
Yeah, and apparently hiding the scoreboard is good for results, because as we were speaking about these changes in code, we also have very interesting changes in the scoreboard. So let's go back.
Let's go back to the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So now we Desk just solved problem G. So first to solve balloon for them, and also Universidad Nacional de Rosario also solved problem F. So now we have 7 teams with 4 problems or more. Again, Brazilian teams and Argentinian teams doing well right now. And yeah, now we have 5 problems actually solved for now. No team has solved all 5 yet, but that's the update. I think we should hide the scoreboard more frequently, because apparently things change a lot when we do that.
Every time we had the scoreboard changed and highly. And I think that, so far there are 6 different problems solved, right?
I think 5, right? A, B,
One.
E, F,
G,
and G, right?
And G, so but so there are
Oh,
one
I'm
six,
sorry.
right?
I'm.
Six problems.
Yeah,
right?
I forgot. I totally forgot about J for some reason.
Yeah. So we
So
have
six problems solved.
six problems.
So now it's a very interesting moment in the contest because you have 8 teams, which each of them solve just one of A, F, or G. So they have to decide whatever they find easier to attack next.
Once more, actually, Helicoptero, that code that we show up was the first solve of the problem A. The first to solve the problem A.
Yep.
And as you see, even though they solved it first, they are below because of the penalty issue. And also, what is interesting is that possibility of ball move in problem D with sempre XOR. No other team has tried even problem D. So it could be actually a very bold move in terms of trying to make some noise in the scoreboard, make some changes.
Yeah, but most likely they either they have the right idea, but there is some corner case that are not covering,
Or maybe they misunderstood something about the problem,
that's,
which
unfortunately that's very likely as well.
yeah.
And it costed them some time. They definitely
Yeah.
spent some time on the computer trying to fix this, but they are very close in penalty for the first place. Perhaps if that didn't happen, they could be the top team right now. And they solved the problem that no one else solved yet, so they definitely have some kind of advantage. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, I would guess that G is harder than A and F, but of course that's we have it's just speculation. We have very few data points to do this kind of conclusions, but yeah. So let's go down a little bit on the scoreboard. So we see that there are other teams trying problems A and F. Actually, we have in the 18th position Universidad de La Habana that solved problem F, but still didn't solve problem B. So problem F definitely being attackable. And actually, right now it's the fourth one in numbers of teams solving it. And so we have 26 teams. More than half of the teams already have 3 problems. So when we left for our sponsor to be interviewed, we had like half of this. So
Yeah.
we were talking about we were discussing about medal zone, and definitely 3 would not be enough, and this just confirmed itself. And if you go down a little bit more, we have that actually 37 of the teams already solved 2, and only 2 teams still didn't solve
The
any
first
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as we said, things are still moving. We have lots of time to the contest. We just have 1.5 hour of contest, and let's see
Okay,
how things
and
evolve.
There are some news from the system department. Maybe we can get director our image from the system department. Let's see if we can get the image. And this image came with a message. There are good news. People started to know how to exit Beam. This is the Beam usage. So we can see how many teams and how many times is being used. As you may know, Beam is one of the most uncomfortable IDEs, but one of the fastest in the sense that you don't have to use your mouse. And as you see, people use it over and on and off during the competition. For which problems they are using it. And in here we have Emacs, another console-driven IDE, which is used a little by less teams, much more less teams. Just 3 teams have been using Emacs.
Yeah, so for those that are familiar, Emacs and Vim or VIM are 2 well-used text editor, command line text editors, which are not intuitive at all. And that we have a
meme.
that's an illustration of how easy Emacs is to learn. So the learning curve, usually for most text editors, you learn functionalities as you need, but for VI or VIM, you have to learn a lot just to start using it. And for Emacs, it's just crazy. It's just a spiral.
Yeah. Well, what the learning curve is, normally you start learning something, you start slow and then you are more productive. And I don't know, I'm not so sure which is better in BI or Emacs. But our contestants just use them, as you can see.
Yeah, I must admit that I am not a huge fan of neither of them.
Yeah, me neither, but I am more a nano user, I'm sorry. So thank you. Let's go back to the board and see how has this been moved.
And our pattern remains as every time we change screens, every time we hide the scoreboard, something really relevant happens. And now we have our first team with 5 problems, which is the same that was actually in the first place. They just solved another problem, not a new problem, but a problem they didn't have solved before, which is problem F, which for now I'm starting to get comfortable to say that should be the 4th one to be attacked by teams. At least 7 teams or at least 6 teams solved it. And yeah, UFMG attacked it. And for them, the only problem that a team solved that they didn't solve yet is problem G. So let's see if they try to solve it soon.
So far, Sempre Oxor, I think that since it's the only one with problem G, it should be trying problem F maybe, which is the most solved problems now, and then problem A. And that's a very good path from them. Well, let's see. We have another submission, but it's a problem B accepted, but it was from another university. So we have more teams. How many teams with 2 problems so far?
So if we go down to the end of the table, we see that 37 teams have at least 2 problems. So most teams, the 90% of the team already have 2 problems. So I think we are going to have a short break to watch a video from our second diamond sponsor, which is Huawei. So we'll take a little break, watch that video, and I hope when we come back we have more news on the scoreboard to talk about.
Cover the scoreboard and let's surprise us.
Cité du vent, c'est là mon foyer. Jamais vu le vent, ni toi, ni moi. Mais nous pouvons sentir sa puissance. Le vent salue mes voisins. Le vent se lève et soulève les filets de pêche. Le vent souffle et les voiles trouvent leur direction. Nous dansons avec le vent. Les chants attirent des amis de loin. Je veux attraper le vent, qu'il m'emporte au loin, de l'autre côté de la mer. Derrière, c'est le foyer. Devant, c'est le monde. Je veux chevaucher le vent pour découvrir de nouveaux horizons. Les arbres se balancent au gré du vent, grandissant jusqu'à toucher le ciel.
تعلمت من التكنولوجيا أن كل روبو أو كل شيء كنعطيه حياة جديدة باش أنه يتحرك.
حسيت بالفرح والسرور وهاد التكنولوجيا والبرنامج ديال كودينيو تغير لي حياتي بزاف. نكمل في هذا المجال في المستقبل إن شاء الله.
Le vent transporte le sable le long des dunes, formant des paysages uniques.
We learned more about new technologies like virtual reality and robotics.
This will open new horizons for us and for our students. I would like to thank DigiSchool program for bringing this to rural areas as it helps promote social justice and equity among students.
Le vent chasse les nuages sombres, laissant le soleil inonder de lumière la terre.
Merci. Si l'énergie solaire a remplacé l'énergie traditionnelle, pourquoi pas? C'est mieux et propre.
Le vent dissémine les graines, les transporte vers des terres lointaines.
Plus je maîtrise les technologies numériques, plus je sens optimiste pour l'avenir. Je souhaite rendre notre ville intelligente, surtout la gestion de trafic à travers l'intelligence artificielle.
Le vent soulève de grandes vagues, poussant en avant les voiles des cœurs.
I took some great pictures. Grâce à cette plateforme, nous, passionnés d'identité et de technologie, nous étions rassemblés pour concourir et interagir. I'm new. And with those pictures, not bringing down.
Écoute le vent, tantôt doux, tantôt puissant.
L'usage de la technologie, ça nous permet d'exploiter nos talents en tant que femmes.
La musique est un langage universel qui peut toucher toutes les âmes et connecter tous les esprits en une seconde, tout comme l'Internet.
As a woman, I'm incredibly proud to be part of this family. It's like a privilege to break the stereotypes, excel in this domain by driving our team towards success.
Laisse souffler le vent. Laisse les graines de la technologie faire éclore un printemps éclatant au Maroc. Quand on a la chance d'avoir été nourri, éduqué, formé par ces belles histoires, on ne peut pas se les garder pour soi. The art of possible is no longer.
And we are back, and with some news. I was checking the CCL, the Café con Leite teams, with those that are outside competition but are competing just for fun. And actually, it's the scenario in there is a bit funny because they still have 4 problems, the top team in there, but actually they solved problem D. 2 different teams already in CCL solved problem D, and no team has solved problem A. So perhaps that's one of those interesting things that perhaps D is not that hard, but since no one still solved it, the teams are not reading it. Because looking at the scoreboard right now, I wouldn't read problem D. I wouldn't think about it if I didn't have A solved, if I didn't have F solved, if I didn't have G solved. And since every team has still one of these 3 problems to solve, they are probably not thinking about it. But yeah, problem D shows signs that's not that hard, or at least as hard as some of the problems that have been already solved.
I think that the problem in here is that CCL are 11 teams, right? Just 11 teams.
Mhm.
So the fewer people and the more talented, when they find a problem that they actually realize that they can solve it, even though it's not a easy one, they go for it. And they
Yeah.
may change also the structure of the contest, of their local contest.
You have a good point. So perhaps it's the other way around, is that the right difficulty order is the one found by the teams in the main competition.
Yeah.
And CCL, since they are so few, perhaps they don't have enough data to find the easiest ones, the proper order, right?
And actually, I think that once more, I think that the CCL are very talented. So actually, I was kind of surprised when I realized that the Latin American Championship is scoreboard was with more problems. I mean, Uga Uga has more problems than that one at the top in the CCL. But was as you said, maybe Problem D has this kind of strategic, strong component, but they have, I don't know, the solution because they have been doing this kind of problems for so long, and this is I can solve it, even though it's not that easy problem, but they can have show their skills and everything.
Yeah, but even if some of them are the best in history of Latin America, naturally they get a bit rusty.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And another thing is that they sometimes they are not used to compete together. The exact formation they have here in CCL that also plays a role.
That's true
here.
because they're members that they're not used to compete as a team, as a group. The dynamics can vary. Something interesting in the scoreboard, we have now 2 teams with 5 problems. Helicóptero from Argentina has 5 problems as well as Uga Buga. And once more, this is like a Latin American final, Brazil Argentina.
Yeah, so if we look to the top 2 positions, so exactly the same problem solved. One team from Brazil, one team from Latin America. And it's funny because we were talking about first to solve a lot in the beginning of the contest, but the top team was not the first to solve any problem.
Any problem, that's true.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they didn't have any wrong submissions. So even not being the first, they still could manage to get on top. Well, first because they have more problems. That's the main goal always. But second, because even though they perhaps they are a little bit slower, but they are definitely precise. They have no wrong submissions on any problem, including those that they didn't solve yet. So yeah, but everything is open yet. So for example, UNB in the 3rd place, if they solve a problem right now, they would actually no, actually they would already be behind UFMG. So UFMG has a comfortable position right now. Even for any team that get to 5 problems, they will get there with worse penalty.
Yeah.
So yeah, very comfortable position. But let's hope that they keep solving more problems
and give us more surprises. Like we said before, even for us, like every single problem solved is like I don't know, a goal in soccer or something like that. We have to celebrate it. This is the balloon going and everything, that the runners that work inside. That's the fine kind of work, and we cannot consider maybe the work, but it's the kind of job that we're doing here. And one interesting fact is that the Universidad Nacional de Colombia has just got their 4th problem, and this university has a very interesting fact. You know, I like the statistics. They went 11 times in a row to the World Finals.
Wow, that's a huge,
a huge number,
feat.
And actually it kind of shows that how the algorithmic groups, the development of people toward a university, toward a group, and how training can be solved. And I know for very good source that they always, the more advanced students train the basic students. So there's like a what we call rueda de carreta, like a wheel, like a snowball effect, right? In the sense.
So that's interesting because I was asked by a leader from a region that is still starting in its first years in ICPC, and we were discussing about what kind of training strategy would work, and the thing I said was exactly about that. That one thing that is common for the most traditional universities is that culture that is created, and students, once they retire from the competition, they somehow help the next generation, either by setting up contests or sometimes just saying what they should focus on right now, or what would be the next step, what would be the next topic to improve, that can go a long way. So that's one example, right? 12 years, you said, consecutive
Yeah.
consecutively
11,
to
11.
World Finals. That's very hard to achieve, and congratulations to them.
And actually, it was broken with pandemics because the
Oh.
contact with advanced students and beginner students, it was broken.
Another sign that this really plays a role, right?
And actually, it actually turns out how human is this. Even though we are geeks and we are programmers and we love mathematics and we love studying and we like develop programs and everything, it's still a human process to teach, to motivate, to be enthusiastic about. I mean, what when you get motivated or for something or frustrated for something, normally it's for human reasons. And the way we can overcome the frustration and the way we can celebrate more is we have a community of people that motivates us, that celebrate with us. And you know, there's this saying that happy joy is double joy, and share joy is double joy, and share sadness is half sadness, because someone is here there to support. So the community, that the way the people, the coaches support the people, and how they achieve the world finals and how they achieve to be in a very good level is part of the human process of what education is and what passing the torch is.
Yeah, and I guess that's one of the main contributions of ICPC. It's, this passage and sharing of knowledge, and how many people go much farther because of that, because of the incentives and the opportunities and the resources available for them to study, to improve, and to become better professionals, and actually making lots of friends in the way.
Yeah, totally. That's a very important part, because also that networking, and I'm known for very very interesting sources that sometimes people get jobs just because, hey, I know a former ICPC who was a colleague of mine. Let's call him to come here, and I mean, one of the hardest problems, and I think that it's a common thing in Latin America, is to keep our students in Latin America after they graduate.
Yeah, lots of them find jobs where else they want in the world, right?
Yeah, and the doors are open because, I mean, once more, the opportunities that ACPC give, they are enormous. Actually, it was a kind of scary for me.
Okay, so let's go through the scoreboard a little bit. So for now, in the top, we have two teams with 5 problems. The top 10 teams already solved 4 or more. Then we have a whole bunch of teams with 3 problems. Actually, one of them just got the 4th one. And then, so we have 32 teams with at least 3 problems. And in the end, nothing changed. So we have 37 with 2 or more problems, 2 with 1, and just 2 teams with no problem solved yet.
Well, I have just pick up a little bit that Costa Rican team, it's at the third position, and they got the 4 problems. So I'm happy that Central America list is the second time we achieved the 4th problem in the PDA and the Latin American Championship. So happy to achieve our best score yet in our history.
Yeah, let's hope that they keep doing more and more solutions. So for now, we have 11 teams with at least 4 problems, which means that the medal zone, that magic number of 12 teams of medalists, it's getting higher the bar. So at least 4 probably, but I would guess that 5 still wouldn't guarantee the medal. So the bar is getting higher and higher, and teams have to move if they want to stay or reach this zone.
Yes, but once again, this is part of the competition. The amount of energy, the amount of talent that they have to show this, and it's actually what makes this meritory, in the sense that we are having very good problems, but very good problem solvers, and how we achieve different goals in the process. It's how we can actually enjoy, I guess, the difficulty of this. And also, once more, I'm pretty sure that the top teams and even the lower teams, they are learning by doing something, and they will be keep learning. And I know for sure that in 2 months, almost every single team in here will have solved every single problem without any hints. I mean, they will try to escape the hints just to solve them by themselves, to know where they miss the goal or something. And once more, learn, project, develop. It's like there's a saying in Spanish, like to polish a brute diamond, you have to push it into a very hard face, stone, energy, and everything. And what we're having here is we're pushing the limits of what they can do, and they are pushing themselves also the most that they can achieve. And we are getting, I'm pretty sure we're getting diamonds.
Yeah, we are approaching the 2 hour mark, and for now, 6 problems yeah, 6 problems have been solved in the main contest, but on total, if you include CCL, 7 problems have been solved, or of a total of 12. And let's hope that more and more. I wish every problem was solved at some point. And talking about problems, we will in a few seconds have with us the chief judge of this competition.
The chief judge.
The chief judge.
A very important character, I guess.
Yeah, so let's meet him, and he will talk a little bit about how the set's made and how the problems are chosen. So we'll be back soon.
How the difficulties increase after each problem. So let's get. And we're back, and we're having here Paulo Cesar Rivera.
Pereira Costa.
Pereira, I'm sorry, Pereira Costa, which is actually our executioner today. Well, the chief judge of Latin America, he has the responsibility, the great responsibility to give us a great contest. There was one said that a programming contest is a competition between contestants and judges. So the person that actually was in charge to give us this delightful problem set, and I'm pretty sure that they are enjoying as much as we are streaming this competition, it's part of what your job is. So I would like to know, what does a chief judge do?
Yeah, so essentially my job is to make sure that all contestants here have a lot of fun during the 5 hours that the competition lasts. So I coordinate a team of volunteers. For those that do not know, no one of us get paid anything to work on ICPC. It's a fully volunteer initiative. So we have a bunch of people, really smart people and really passionate people about problem solving that are willing to help. They come up with ideas, with solutions, like problems, sometimes problems and solutions, sometimes only problems, sometimes a solution looking for a problem. And my job is essentially to get a bunch of these folks together and make sure that we can come up with a problem set that will be challenging and fun for all the contestants to show their best. Maybe I can talk a bit about the process.
I would like to talk about that because some of the main problems in here is, well, not only the how challenging are the problems because they have to be fun, but you also have to measure that we are 6 different regions and we have 6 different history through the ICPC, so we have different levels. So we want every team to solve a problem. And how do you choose the topics for being here? I mean, I know that the problem can be just one topic, but it can have 3 more topics in data structures, combination, everything. How is this process selected? I mean, how are the problems selected? Which topics are good? How is the development of the problem set of each problem, the redaction, the essay part?
Yeah. So at LATAM we have 6 different sub-regions, and as you mentioned, like each of them has their own characteristics. To account for that, I cannot try myself to learn about everything. So we actually have a committee. There's the problem selection committee with representatives from each region. And this committee is what tries to make sure that we are covering the needs of all the different regions, right? If one of the members knows that, okay, this region is a bit weaker, we should consider that, this problem will be too difficult for them, like they would be the ones that can raise these concerns. And essentially that's the bulk of it. Like we have a committee so that we try to cover the different regions as well as we can. Now when it comes to a problem set, usually like 3 months before the contest, we actually sent out a call for volunteers. Then each member of the committee will publish this call for volunteers on their regional channels. I will also reach out to some people that I know are very likely to help. And if the committee knows these people as well, like they would reach to them directly. So if you always wanted to be a volunteer, never got a call for volunteers, find me, find your region member on the committee, because we will make sure that you get the next call for problems and that you will have the opportunity to help us as well. So then we go into this process of evaluating all of these submissions. People can volunteer to be author if they have some idea of a problem. They can volunteer to be a setter because sometimes they don't have ideas, they just want to help, and they are really good at problem solving and coming up with stories that make sense, finding tricky test cases, and they just want to help make sure that the set works well. There are some people that just like solving problems, so these are more likely to be interested in being testers. They like, if we get to a point where the problem set is still not ready, we are looking for some feedback, this is where testers can really help. We give them the problems in the state that they are, they give us some feedback, we can then improve and make sure that once we get to the real competition, the problems are in a stage that will be really interesting for the problems, for the contestants to solve. So we do this selection, everyone gets together and start working in a distributed manner, and then, yeah, essentially trying to make the problem set as good as it can be. I have the numbers here actually for this year, and for this competition, like we use GitLab for working on the set. There were 716 different commits on that repository
Okay.
through this period of 3 months. Like so,
Actually, I was about to say that you were really humble in the sense that you have not exposed all the work that it means. I mean, this is a volunteer work you have pointed out, but you have not pointed that yesterday at what AM you were still testing the data sets, you were still I mean, from one other judge that I crossover in the whole, he told me that you were just beginning in the sense that the proper data sets is taken into account because the solution has to be optimal. So the way that you made that the solutions, that the way that you make sure that the solution, your solution, the official solution is the proper, the best one, and also that you have to guarantee maybe that just not one programming language. You have to test many different programming languages, the same solution. It's actually a very professional work, and for that I mean all the ACPC has to be really grateful about, and I'm pretty sure that every time that the problem is solved, you just see how your work was worth it, right?
yeah, yeah, it's what you mentioned earlier. Like you said something about being a competition of like contestants versus judges. In a sense, that's true because we want to challenge the contestants. It's not a competition in the sense that we are against them and that we don't want them to solve the problems. We want them to solve the problems, but we don't want them to just read and immediately know what to do, and there's no fun in that. Like the
bored.
fun, yeah, they would get bored. They wouldn't be here. So the idea is, how can we make sure that the problems are interesting? That means you cannot allow a naive solution to be accepted. Like if you have a good target solution, how do you guarantee that your test cases are strong enough to separate between those? And sometimes you think you did a great job. For instance, we had like the naive solution implemented, a few different versions for one particular problem. We were quite confident with the tests. Big difference between the intended solution and the slow one. That was an order of magnitude different. So we have a cubic solution, super slow, versus a quadratic solution, super fast. Should be easy to differentiate these two. And that was true until a few days ago when someone tried a different cubic solution. And then the compiler went ahead, made its magic, and actually the cubic was faster than the quadratic.
Oh, wow.
And it was not weak test cases. We tried all the constructions. We saw that the cubic solution was doing like was hitting its worst case and was still faster than the quadratic. But then the quadratic has a high constant, and that actually matters. Like these things are running on a computer after all. Cache, memory management, all of these things have a huge impact. So super straightforward, naive solution, compiler does its magic, makes it super fast. We cannot allow the problem to go to the contest like this. We need to solve that. What do we do? Especially when that happens 2 days before the contest. You have very few options, and that's why we were working so hard, working till late, and trying to make sure that we can make the contest still happen and still be interesting. And yeah, that takes a lot of teamwork, quite challenging and interesting work indeed. But
actually, you got a little bit technical. I enjoyed your explanation a lot, but just for general public in there, is that solutions are different. And I guess that the problem was attacked by getting a better data set or maybe...
We completely changed the problem.
Oh, right.
So we had to come up with a new problem that would still use part of the old one, because you don't want to start a problem from scratch 2 days before the competition. So we still want to try to save some of these approaches that we had in mind. But yeah, that's essentially what we did. We tried to make sure that everything was good, and so far it's looking fine.
And once more, you prove that this is a very professional work, because you take into account a compiling system, programming languages, the architecture of the computer, what you have just explained about cache and everything, and that's the thing, the kind of things that I want to be people aware, that the judges, who are actually the main part of this competition in the sense that they are challenging, They are not against the students. They actually in pro quote the students develop their skills. They get challenged. They get actually awarded this competition award. And let's see. Quick question. I am really passionate about, or I don't know if I obsessed with the CCL because the CCLs are very uh, important figures in the Latin American Championship before. Um, would you say that the CCLs can beat the main contestants in the competition?
Not sure. I know that we have some really strong CCL contestants this year, but the teams also did really well on the regional. So I think we also have some really strong teams on the official contest. So I think it's a good it's gonna be a good fight between all of them. This year we even have some teams from the US. Not sure if that was mentioned earlier already.
Yeah, two Carnegie Mellon University teams, which show us how they valued your job and our job in the
Yeah,
Latin American Championship.
it was a really nice thing, right? They are willing to come all the way to US to participate because they know that they are gonna find some interesting problems here. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't do all of that.
Well, this is kind of cheating because I made this question 2 years ago at Mexico Latin American Championship, and how did the ICPC change your life in terms of not only you participated, as you told me, but also that you are willing to be a chief judge again, to keep working, giving your time, and I don't know, your vacations to be here because you have a work outside ICPC, and how is that impact in your life that you still like to provide somehow this all fun, these all challenges to the students?
Yeah, I think for me in particular, it was really a life-changing happening. Before knowing about ICPC, I was actually at the end of my first year in computer science, and I was like, okay, this is not for me, like all of this math and all of this theoretical stuff, what I'm gonna do with that in life? That was kind of the question I was doing myself, and I just didn't really have a purpose. But then I saw like some folks that were going to the lab every day and opening some weird website that didn't seem to have anything interesting. And then I eventually learned that they were practicing for this programming contest. So learned about it. It sounded fun, like solving puzzles, and it was a bit challenging. Opportunity to learn new stuff. I got into it and I just got hooked on. I never thought myself to be a competitive person until I competed for the first time, and then I just really wanted to do my best. And then things kind of started changing from there because suddenly all of that theory that didn't make sense, I started noticing how I could actually use that to solve real problems. Because yeah, you always have some history in ICPC problems. Like it might be a bit artificial, but it's not completely nonsense. It's stuff that you can relate to your daily life. Like even a sample from a problem I proposed for our warm-up yesterday is a question that comes up in day by day. It's just you have to decide whether it's worth buying something because you kind of is gonna use it for a long time, or should every time that you want to do an activity just go there and rent the equipment that you need for it. It's stuff that happens day to day. Like the reason I thought about that problem is because I had that problem myself. So there is some theory, there is something that we can use to come up with the ideal solution to this problem. And being able to match theory to practice is what made me actually start valuing computer science more and studying, and then I really got hooked into the competition, and I'm just here ever since. Once I couldn't compete, I was like, okay, what can I do? I don't want to lose that community, because I think that's one of the stronger points of ICPC. It's a really strong and united community with people all over the world. So it's not just your region, like your city, your country. You meet like-minded people from all over the place, and they are super open and willing to have exchange. It's not competition time is competition time. Everyone wants to be the best, wants to be the winner. But before competition, like the amount of knowledge sharing that you have from really smart people, it's just amazing. So being in this environment is, yeah, it was really life-changing and something that I really appreciate.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming to Chile. And well, thank you very much for taking your time. I know that this is your busy moment, and I hope that this competition goes along. Thank you very much for visiting us.
Yeah,
And Paulo
thank you
Cesar,
for having me.
always a pleasure.
All right.
And we are back with other very important person that helps everything work nicely during the contest. So every system that not only teams but judges use, and some systems where we get information from to do this streaming, everything passes in a way or another through this guy with our systems manager, keeper of book, and many other things that I wouldn't even know, because he works on so many things in so many dimensions that I would like to thank Bruno. I have a pleasure to say that he's a friend, and he's not only a very smart guy that works a lot to have everything working, but also a very nice person. So welcome to streaming, and let's talk a little bit about how everything is going on. Is everything working as you expected?
Okay, right. Thank you, Vinicius. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. We talk a lot. We are friends, right? And that's it. There's one more phase of our competition, and it's very important because after here, you already said, I guess, people go to the World Finals, and this competition is an important step, and it's happening in Chile today. And my job per se in this competition is to manage systems, right? So beyond Boca, that is the system that we use to submit solutions and test them, we prepare all machines that teams are using to run our system. So all teams runs the same system with the same configuration, and this system is called Maratona Linux. And it's important because if all teams have the same machine, the same tools, we know they are working at the same condition. And for now, we have some interesting stuff here.
Bruno has all the inside information we can think of. Some inside information that we may think that only judges have, or some other information that perhaps teams have, or site director. Bruno has access to everything, right?
Right. I guess so. But the first information, that's interesting. We have a lot of problems, right? We have 12 problems.
12 problems, yeah.
Can you imagine how many submissions things already submitted? to the system.
41 teams.
41 teams.
41
yeah.
teams doing it on site. So yeah, I don't know, an average of 3 or 4 per team. I don't know, 150 perhaps.
150? No, we have more than 400 submissions.
400 submissions in
2 hours.
In 2 hours. Yeah,
That's a lot.
that's a lot, especially because for each submission I have to compile it, run it against a number of test cases that can get up to 100.
Yeah.
And check if everything is running properly, timing everything to see if they are above the time limits, and comparing solutions to what it expected, and sometimes running special judges, right? Because it could be that a problem has more than one valid solution, so you
Yeah.
have to run a special program to correct each of the
Yes.
outputs, and so these times 400.
Yes.
And
So
what about languages?
What about languages? We allow a few subsets of all languages in the world, right? We allow C.
We are talking about programming languages.
Programming languages, of course. We allow C, C++, Python, Java, and Kotlin.
Yep.
That's the languages. And yet, we only have submissions to a few subset of these languages.
I see. And what is the most used one?
The most used one is C++.
C++.
Yeah, with more than 400 submissions.
So the great majority is C++.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the second most used language is Python.
I see.
But it has only 4 submissions.
Ah.
And no of those submissions were accepted yet.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
And do you know in what problems the Python submissions were made? Because we know from the scoreboard that we know the problems that were more solved by more teams are problems E and J. So
yeah, there's submission in Python for problem E and problem J.
So at least
For
they
both,
are
yes.
trying the right problem, and we actually don't. I guess you can figure out if you want to, but it's not clear that perhaps they tried it in Python, changed to C++, and right solved it, and they won't even try again in Python. We
Yeah,
don't know.
I know that at least one team has only used Python so far.
Oh, I see.
And they even are using the IDE for Python, PyCharm.
Oh.
That's from our sponsors, right?
Yeah, that just talked to us a while ago.
Ah, the JetBrains guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and that leads us to another interesting question. What user, what editor does the teams use? Is there a major editor, or they use it's not defined, they clear which one's the most used? What do you think?
Well, I know there is some bias towards VI or VIM, but I guess something a bit more user-friendly would be a bit above it. But I couldn't guess which one. Perhaps VS Code.
Yeah. So today we have 41 teams. 40 of them are using VS Code.
Wow. So almost all of them.
Almost all
But
of them.
some teams use more than one.
Yeah,
editor, right?
some teams use more than one. For instance, we have 8 teams using Vim.
Ah,
so they overlap. They use both VS Code and VI.
So it could be one contestant prefer one,
Yeah.
a colleague from the same team prefers the other one, or perhaps for different tasks they prefer different editors. I don't know, for writing the initial template, perhaps they prefer something, and for, I don't know, compiling, debugging things, they
Yeah.
prefer the
The other one. Yeah, it could be.
What are other used IDEs?
We have 2 teams using PyCharm, 1 team
Yeah.
using Cilion,
Mhm.
4 teams using Gedit, or Gedit, we say in Portuguese.
Gedit, yeah.
Gedit. 5 using Guinea, and 3 using Emacs. Those are the true heroes here.
Yeah. So you showed a meme that you shared, right?
No, it wasn't me, but
it was
yes.
someone else. So the learning curve can be pretty high for Emacs, but some people say that it's worth it. After you really
Yeah.
dominate how things work, you can extract a lot from Emacs, right?
Yeah, right. And that's the main informations we can give for you now.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about auto-judge. So we talked a little bit about how the problems are judged, but this works not. Although there are judges that are monitoring everything, checking if everything is running as expected, if time limits are properly set and everything, but most of this is doing automatically by the judges. So you have dedicated machines that are in there just for running those solutions and doing this evaluation, right?
Right, yeah. Today we have 10 machines that are used only for judges. So we can say that the queue stays pretty low during all the contests, even at the end of the contest where we receive a lot of submissions because teams are trying everything they get to solve a bug. And those
I guess that moment right after the first accepted submissions, let's say 20 minutes of contest, and in the very end are the top number of submissions, right?
Yeah, at the beginning there's no submissions because teams are trying to read.
No, but at some point everyone started coding something and.
Yes, and when the first submission gets accepted, then we receive a bunch of submissions to this problem, and maybe all 40 teams submit to the same problem near by itself. But at the end of the competition, they also send a lot of submissions because they are trying. What happens if I add one here or subtract one here, or divide by 2 there?
Yeah, you have just a few seconds. You can't think anymore. You just try whatever comes to your mind because it's your last chance, right?
Right. That's it. For instance, we received our first submission. Do you know what?
If the first submission was an accept, then we saw it because we saw the first balloon being delivered.
Yeah, the first submission wasn't accepted. It was in 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
And then another submission in 8, another in 9, another in 9, then 3 in 10, 3 in 11, 3 in 12. So
and then it becomes a bit more intense for a while.
It becomes a bit more intense for a while, and then it halts for a few hours, and we have one submission here, one submission there.
I see. And well, before saying goodbye to Bruno, I think we should take a look at the scoreboard. There have been some changes recently, but I think Bruno will be happy about the current standings. Of course we are impartial.
But you are going to be more happy.
Well, I can't say I'm not. So Bruno is a professor at Universidade Nacional de Brasília, which
Universidade de Brasília.
Universidade de Brasília, but the N doesn't stand for national anymore, right?
No.
That's why it's lowercase. Yeah. I see. So Universidade de Brasília, and well, we talked a little bit about how outstanding results the university had, right? 2 teams here.
We have 3 teams here.
Yeah, 2 teams here by the
performance,
main rule, which is the most any university may have, plus the best female team. And 2 of these teams are actually fighting each other for a spot on the World Finals. They are currently in 4th and 6th place. So congratulations to you and all your colleagues at the university that are doing this great job. It's very hard to sometimes to get people involved and interested and motivated, and having a critical mass of students like this can be hard. So let's hope they solve lots of problems.
Let's hope they go beyond the UFMG.
So
which is his university.
So UFMG right now in the first place, followed by UNC. So this helicopter is really flying today.
It's really flying, yeah.
and then these are the 2 teams with 6 problems. There is followed by one from Mexico with 5 problems. And then a whole bunch of teams with 4 problems. So some teams are starting. We just got another submissions, a new submission on problem I for UFMG. and yeah, let's see if it passes. But do you have
No.
any final words to say?
Oh,
Bruno?
yes. Oh.
Oh yeah, they solved it. So
Yeah, they solved it.
they are the first team to solve problem I. So now they are isolated in the first position. So one team with 7, one team with 6, one team with 5, and a bunch of team with 4 problems. Let's see how things evolve. We just reached middle of the contest, right? 2.5 hours. So Bruno, do you have any final words?
No, I guess it's just the competition. When teams doesn't perceive me, that's when I shine better.
Yeah, so you are an invisible guy, right?
I'm invisible guy.
Okay, thank
yeah.
you again for
Thank
all the
you,
work.
Vinicius.
Thank you for being with us here. And let's watch a video of our next sponsor.
Picture a chair. No, that is not just any chair. It represents a place. A place for those who believe it is possible to do the extraordinary. Extraordinary is having 100 million fanatical customers and knowing that this is just the beginning. Extraordinary is being inspired by Hassel, taking a simple idea and pushing it to places where no one has taken it before. Extraordinary is what everyone expects from us. Doing your best work and collab with inspiring people. Reinventing history by putting the customer at the center. Creating spaces, breaking barriers, taking on responsibilities. That is working at NER. A place where impossible is not part of our vocabulary. This is not just about a chair. It's about everything you can experience here. For you, who always pursue the unprecedented, who reinvents what no longer makes sense, and never gets tired of asking, what's the next challenge? What about the next one? In Brazil, in Mexico, in Colombia, and around the world, it's about doing the best work of your life right now. Make the extraordinary happen. The future is purple. The future is purple.
Hello, Alexandre. How are you?
Hello, I'm really excited to be here.
Alexandre Araújo is our sponsor, representing our sponsor, Nubank.
Nubank here.
And he ask us, or tell us, in one tweet, how would you describe Nubank?
Great question and challenge, because I think Nubank is a digital financial platform that we operate in Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia. We serve more than 130 million customers in the daily basis, but we can say that I can describe Nubank as a tech company that is fighting to complexity in financial services, in financial market, to empower more people relate to their financial services, their financial life, because we know that we have a financial market really bureaucratic with many taxes, many fees that people pays, that people pays, and we believe that this kind of fees, we believe that this kind of taxes should be more. People shouldn't pay this kind of fees. They should have these fees for like the money for themselves, and they should be able to use properly this money for their own. For their own. So I think I can describe Nu in a high level perspective for people that are watching us from their homes, the universities, and yeah, that's it.
It's very interesting. And what do you think has made Nubank what it is today?
Another good question. Let's see. But I can describe that we really fanatical for our customers. When I say that, I'm trying to explain that we believe that we need to solve our customers' problems, not only in a perspective of like the financial or the digital experience, but also what is the pain of customers that are dealing with money to pay bills, to invest, to save money for like future opportunities, future achievements that they want to, of course, that they want to achieve. But in this way, we are looking for their problems and try to understand how our app or our ecosystem in terms of products, in terms of solutions that we offer, can help them improve their lives. And again, back to my last answer, like empower their financial life, empower their lives to be easier, to be less complex. I'm not sure if people that are watching us are familiar, but in some years ago, it was so bureaucratic, you want to save your money and you want to deposit your money, so you need to go in through a bank, a financial, like a physical bank, a physical branch of this bank. You need to enter in a line. You need to wait 40 minutes, 30 minutes. You need to, it's really complex, And for our app, you need just to have like, oh, I need to transfer my money to another account, or I need to save my money. So I will gonna add in a feature that new build, and in this way, it's so easier. So I experienced that took 40 minutes, 1 hour. Now you can do like 4 or 5 clicks, 5 minutes in a maximum, So I can describe like this obsession to fight with complexity and thinking always in customers is our that these variables, these characters make us who we are today.
We can say Nubank have financial, technology, and innovation all together.
Yes.
For the best experience for the user.
Yes, always. Since the beginning, we believe that that technology is gonna help us go beyond and beyond and beyond. So yeah, definitely.
And why is Nubank here in the Latin American ICPC competition?
If you can think in, as I mentioned before, like as I answered before, like fight with complexity, trying to deliver the best experience, try to solve complex problems. Maybe I can describe in this perspective, in this way, our marathonists, our competitors here in ICPC Final Latin America, right? So this is the perfect match. We are always saying at NU in the daily basis, like ICPC competitors are so great. They are unique talent. They think in creative forms to solve complex problems on the daily basis, like trying and training for the big day that is today. And we can see the perfect match with these people. We want to like have these people in NU because we believe this kind of mindset is the same mindset that we have in our Nubankers. That is as we call our employees. So this is the why we believe in the ICPC as in the mission. And in the beliefs that the ICPC has for the community, and we believe to be closer of this mission with this accomplishment is gonna be our success, also in terms of talent that we want to bring to NU as well.
I think when someone or some enterprise live it together this competition, past you loved this competition.
Yes, yes. My first competition was in the last year in the final
Latin
in the
America.
final Latin America that it was in Brazil, and I was so crazy then after the competition. Oh my God, I'm so like uh I felt like passion.
Passion, yes.
I can describe like that. I was so excited after the competition, seeing all people like as right now, people are so focused to try solve the complex problems that the folks of the organization made, and it's so really good to be here because of that.
Amazing.
Yes.
And what would you say to students today who are excited about building products that impact millions of people? And what it is like to experience that kind of impact at Nubank?
Perfect. Good question. I think when you try to solve this kind of problems, you are trying to find new ways to deliver the best solution and the most the speed, like with speed, with velocity, to be the first group to submit a answer, and also a correct answer, right? So I think in the same way, when we are building products that is going to impact millions of people, we want to be disruptive in the way that we serve our customers. And in this way, we can think in the same way that like the competitors are doing. They are trying to solve the problems in a unique way, fast, the best and the right answer. So it's the same logic. So I can think that people, when work at Nu, they are trying to solve like real problems, complex problems, relate to the financial problems that our customers have, but also in terms of beyond. So what I can anticipate it as a problem that is maybe the customer is not seeing as a problem, but I know that in the future is going to be a problem for them. And I can say that definitely our impact, when I'm saying more than 130 million of customers, I'm saying right now as like 1% maybe, or less than 1% of the population of the world. So it's big, even though it's big to do that for these people, right?
Yes. Here the students has interesting, they improve hard skills but soft skills too. I think this is interesting for the students here, and I know Nubank wants people to have these abilities.
Yes, yes. I think I think we want like people that have technical skills developed, but also soft skills. But we are able also in the daily basis at Nu to develop these skills during like an internship or during in the beginning of the career. And I was discussing with a group yesterday, and I told them like you don't need to have all competences, all requirements, like to going through a hiring process or going through and receive an offer and work with us. You need to like have hungry to be here. You need to be hungry to challenge the market, the solutions that we have. So I think it's more like we are looking for people that has more match with our culture, with our spirit of like challengers than only the technical skills, because we believe that when you have the foundation of technical skills, you're gonna be developed as well in the daily basis, because technology is changing a lot. Like we are talking right now, and probably is gonna have another launch of AI product or something like that, right? Yes. So I think we need to people need to have the foundation skills to be able to join us, and also be available, like be open to develop these skills, not only the technical but also the soft skills. Yes.
And about the problems, do you see any similarities between solving problems in competitions like ICPC and it's solving real problems uh, about the world at a company like Nubank?
Totally, totally. I totally believe. And because I believe that, we are here. Like, not because I believe, but because Nu believes that, we are here. Because again, it's unique that way that we see people practicing a lot to be here. And, these people that are here today, they are in July comparing before. They were in November comparing in the finals of their countries. So we see, I see here the best of the best, and when I'm saying that, I'm not saying that the other ones are not best. Of course not, they are best, but these people were like the best of the best. When we talk with them, we see they so hungry to solve the problems. And when I see that, I always believe like this is the way that we want to have people work with us, like hungry to challenge our problems, the problems of our customers, the problems of the financial market, and also like not only financial market but beyond the financial market. In Brazil, we launch a product that is for cell phones. So we want to like have the best solutions for our customers, because we believe our technology and with our mindset, we can help the world be a better world than they were before, it was before.
Yes. And the last question, in practice, how does a complex technical problem turn into a product used by millions of people?
Good question. And I think not only like programming, like not only trying to build less complex programming code, but also when you are solving a complex problem, you are trying to solve not only a problem, like a singular one problem. Probably you are looking for a problem that is a problem for other million people. So you need to mix different variables, and I think in this same way you can see our competitors also trying to solve these problems. They are looking for many variables. They are looking for different ways to solve a problem. And it is the same way that we are doing our products, that we are doing that we are delivering our solutions for our customers.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexandre. Thank you, Nubank. And we hope that we have a long time in sponsor here in ICPC competition.
I hope too. I hope so. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you to share a little about our beliefs in ICPC. And it has been a great partnership, and I'm looking for the final results today and celebrate with our competitors as well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're back. So we have a lot to talk about. One of the first things I would like to mention is that remember that I told that problem D was solved by two teams in the CCL?
Yeah.
So now it's more. Now four teams from CCL, four out of 11, solved problem D. So that's the hidden gem that for some reason no team in the main competition solved yet. So I guess that would be the next one because for the main competition, the top team solved 7, and all other teams solved a subset of these. So
Yeah.
that probably would be the eighth problem, and yeah, we had lots of changes, and so let's go through a little bit the scoreboard.
Quick fact about that, CCL, I just got an interview with one of them and they have access to this scoreboard.
Oh.
So they do know how the teams are performing.
So they get information from the main contest, but
Yeah.
not the other way around.
Not the other way
And
around.
even with extra information, the top team in CCL still has only 6 problems solved. So we see that the contest this year is very tough. Very strong teams competing in the main competition, even against some of the best in the history of Latin America.
Yeah.
They are on top of them.
But they are rusty. So there's like a masters, like
Yeah.
passionate.
Okay, so another interesting thing is that the top 3 teams are from 3 different countries. I think this is very nice for the
Totally.
contest, right? So the first place is from Brazil, FMG. The second place is from Mexico, from Guadalajara.
Guadalajara.
And the third one is from
Helicopter
Argentina.
Yeah.
Yep. So let's.
And after that we get Brazil.
Yeah, 3 from Brazil, and then Argentina again, Brazil, and
Mexico.
And Mexico.
Mm.
And so let's take a look at the distribution of problems. So a single team has 7 problems right now. 2 have 6 problems solved. 1 team with 1 problem, and then we have like a bunch of teams with 4. So the threshold now is 27. 27 teams have 4 or more problems solved, and then a whole bunch of 3. So 37 teams have at least 3 problems. And I'm sorry. And
That was my team, by the way.
Oh, okay. So let's
Thank you.
let's put it again. Okay. Yeah, that's. And then 2 teams with 2 problems, and 2 are still struggling with problems E and J. They are focused on the right problems, but for some reason they are having difficulties to get them accepted. And that's the overview of the current scoreboard. So any predictions or?
Not all predictions, but we have more one-line submission with a mistake. So can we get image from the system here, director? And we must see many of these cases repeated constantly. And the first one is actually, let me see, is actually from my team, who they made a similar mistake. They in place back, instead of I front, they just swapped to front I, and that was it. And the difference in time between one submission and the next one was 1 minute 37 seconds.
Oh, so perhaps they noticed it before getting
They're in the result, and they fix it and just send it. So this one, the mistake from ITCR Tecnológico de Alajuela, no name yet. And we have another submission, one line submission difference, and is this one.
Wow.
Yeah, and let me tell you, this is really hard to find. I guess those are coordinates about moving in the matrix, maybe.
The neighborhood, the neighborhood of a given position on the matrices.
Exactly. And they just figure out, I guess, 4 different directions, and they were supposed to have 6 different directions. And once more, that was the mistake. The difference between an accepted and a wrong answer. And the next one, here we have 2 lines.
Okay, let's zoom in them.
Let me see if I
But
can.
they seem very, very similar
Very
to each other,
similar,
right?
yeah. Okay, size -1.
Oh.
Instead of size -1. and a little bit of a new line of. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah, so they were looking in the
Yeah.
first submission. They weren't looking for the last position of a vector, it seems.
Exactly.
And then they instead of doing that, they had a condition. If something happened, they just
They
moved on.
move on. Which, by the way, it's almost the same, right? I mean.
Yeah, but there are some competing things in there. One is the vector izquierda, el otro, the other
The
is
one.
the column. So
Yeah.
perhaps they have different dimensions, and for when they tested locally, it worked nicely because
Yeah.
perhaps something was square, but then when you have a matrix
Exactly.
with different dimensions, things could go wrong, right?
And same happened here.
Just some symmetrics, right?
Same mistake. And the next one will be one line difference. And let me see this, if I can get this. This seems almost the same, but instead of BI, it was A at J. I mean, the operation was the same, but they were assigning it to the wrong variable.
Yeah, it seems like just more like a typo than a logical error, right?
Exactly. But okay, and this one, whoa, we have a lot of one line mistakes. Let me see. Oh, come on. This is just at the limit, right?
Yeah, it
1-0.
seems like they
1-0.
they put one less zero and then they shoot.
Yeah.
And because of that,
Yeah, in both.
yeah, because of that they got a wrong answer.
Maybe a runtime error because of the measure of that. And this, I think, is the last one.
Oh, this has 2 lines.
2 lines. Yeah, yeah. Huge mistake. Let me see.
And then there are 2 lines that did exactly the same thing. They had to remove them and replace them by something very similar, right?
Similar that I cannot find. Oh, the index is the opposite.
Yeah, it's like it was like plus minus minus plus, and now it's plus plus minus minus.
Yeah.
So it's something related to the same error of the other team about looking at the adjacency probably.
And we have movement. Let's go back to the table and to see.
Yeah, let's go back to
problem
the
K.
scoreboard because we have a new balloon. So problem K was solved.
Problem K.
Problem K was solved, and
Is there any new leader, or is the same leader being more leaderable?
it's the same leader actually.
Oh, really?
The problem that solved these had just 4 problems solved and attacked problem K. So they have like some new info. They adding new information to the scoreboard.
I see. It was Corman from Universidad de Buenos Aires.
Yeah. So we said that Universidad de Buenos Aires is always a strong university in these ICPC competitions, and yeah, they know something that or noticed something that other teams still didn't find.
Well,
So they solved problem K. Were forced to solve with 173 minutes.
Just 2 universities in Latin America in history has a bronze medal in the World Finals, and Universidad de Buenos Aires has 3 times been
Yeah.
the bronze medal. So it's always a strong competitor. It's what we say a very heavy T-shirt to wear, and also somehow it has to be respected in that sense.
Yeah, and they did it before CCLs again, right?
Right,
So I guess now the CCLs will take a look at the scoreboard, see that there is a new color in there, and probably give a bit more attention to this problem. And they actually didn't solve it in their first try. So there was there was another submission before solving it, but they are actually the only team that submitted this problem. No one else even tried it, and they already solved it. So they are much ahead in this sense. And for
Once
now,
more, they have been somehow guided that problem G is the next to attack, maybe problem I, and somehow I think that problem D it's been, I don't know,
misevaluated perhaps.
misevaluated. Yeah.
Yeah, just one team tried problem D, which is Odesk, and they stopped trying it. They either realized that their approach was wrong, or they just can't find what's wrong with their code if the
Exactly.
answer is right. And three problems weren't tried in the main contest. Problems C, H, and L. No one else tried them. So problem D would be the next one, and all the other problems were solved already, right? So we have 8 problems already solved. D should be probably the next one. It's the only one with a submission, and 3 others, no one even tried anything
Yeah.
yet.
It's once more. It's hard. It's challenging. It's fun.
Yeah, we just completed 3 hours of contest, so that
2 more hours to go.
2 more hours to go. But that's a point that things start to get decided. So as we said, there are 3 problems that no one tried. 3 problems that are definitely on the hardest side of the problem set, and well, let's see if they get solved by some teams.
Yeah, and let's see how is this going on. Would you mind to seek a little bit to see how are the or which are the regional champions? Which is the top? The top from Brazil is the first one. The top from um, Argentina, so America South is the.
I think we
There-
can.
mm,
I
okay.
think we will have to leave this
In a
to
minute.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we are about to receive our next
Sponsor.
sponsor. So we will be right back with Canals.
And we can see check the champions.
And we are back with our sponsor, Canals, represented here by Osman and Adam. So welcome. I'd like to start thank you for supporting ICPC. We know that ICPC is a voluntary driven thing, and without support of sponsors, we couldn't do this very nice competition. So I would like to start with that, and I'd like you to, well, first introduce yourself. What are your roles here? I know one of you is a former contestant, right, Osman? And talk a little bit about the company também, as well. So starting with you, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Osman Jimenez. I am an ex-competitor. I went two times to the World Finals in Russia and Portugal as a participant, and 3 times as a coach. So yeah, I have some experience in these competitions, and I really like that. That's why I talk with some of my colleagues to try to sponsor these competitions, since I know this is great. And right now I'm working in Canals as a tech lead, so I'm helping there with all of the knowledge that I got, and it's just a fun job. So Adam, maybe you can talk a little more about that.
My name's Adam Steinberg. I traveled here from New York City. I am the head of recruiting at Canals. First of all, I would like to thank ICPC for having us. It's been an honor to attend, to see such passionate, motivated young students working so hard. Canals is a profitable startup. We are fully remote between North and South America. We hire engineers everywhere from Canada to the United States, across every country in Latin America. What we do is build products to automate the manual back office processes in the industrial supply chain. We're trying to disrupt a $10 trillion industry in the United States We've already got over 100 happy customers and approaching 10,000 users, and we're building new products to continue automating flows for the other stakeholders in the space.
Yeah, I guess you guys are growing, and I guess the ICPC contestant are potential people to reinforce your team. So could you talk a little bit how the skills you developed during your participation as a contestant helped you in your everyday job?
Yeah, totally. Like I think that while you are comparing, you're participating in these competitions, you develop many skills that maybe at the beginning you don't realize about that. For example, like work as a team, it's important. You know, like there are different moments in the competitions that you need to work alone and some others as a team. So that is important because when you're working in real life, you have the same moments. There are moments in which you just need to be very good at what you are doing, and you don't want to annoy some other guys because they are also doing some important stuff. But there are some moments where you need to talk and say, okay, I need help with this. I have these ideas. Maybe do you have any comments or anything that maybe I can help off? And that's great. And also there is another important thing is that after I end competing, I started to coach some friends, and I developed this ability to help others to understand and to how can they use their skills to improve their the way they were thinking. So this is important as well because right now as a tech lead, I try to help others to get the best version of them, and because of ICPC, I really think I have the experience to do that, and that's important. And also, there are very hard problems that, well, when you're competing, you have all the test cases, all the descriptions, and all that stuff, and that's great. But when you go to the real world, it's like you don't have test cases. Actually, sometimes you don't know what is the actual problem. Yeah. So you need to go and investigate. But that's great because you start to, you have this idea of, okay, how can I approach this problem? So the first thing that I need to do is read the statement and understand very well the problem. And what is that? Is like go inside the problem and maybe go and talk with the customers, with the stakeholders, and understand, okay, what is the real problem that you are facing? And it's funny because sometimes the users don't know what is the problem. So you need to help them to understand, okay, this is actually the problem that you're having. And then you need to start to think how can I approach this problem? What is the algorithm? What is the idea? What are the process that I need to do? And what are the test cases? So how can I test that the solution that I'm thinking is correct? Because something that is important in ICPC is that you need to think the problem, and unless that you are 100% sure that is the correct solution, you want to start to type the solution. You need to be 100% because the time in the computer is important. So when you're working for an important company, it's the same. It's like you want to be sure that what you are doing is just great. It's just the correct solution. So all these abilities is like very, very important. And yeah, like I think right now for the startup where I'm working, it's like I'm helping a lot with this kind of problems. Yeah, it's just great.
Yeah, it's very interesting this that you mentioned because since time is a very restricted resource, you want to be sure of the stuff you're doing, but also when coding, you get more precise at it because you can't just lose a lot of time debugging stuff. And I can really relate to when you mentioned that you were a contestant and then a coach, because I also passed through these steps. And thank you for giving back and helping supporting ICPC. I would like to talk a little bit about the recruitment. You were recruited for Adam, and I would like you to tell a little bit about how it's working, because I understand that people work remotely at Canals, and what kind of, I would like to hear a little about it, and also what kind of skills or traits you're looking for a potential candidate.
Absolutely. So we do have a fully remote company, and it can be challenging to maintain standards, to maintain transparency, and to spread knowledge evenly across departments and team members. So something that we have worked very hard on is creating standards for communication, the way to communicate offering helpful information to the right audience. If you're an engineer, providing an update on what you did, making sure that the business side people can understand. So we've developed a great way of communicating, a strong culture of documentation where if you have a question, the answer is available for you. And that leads to a culture of autonomy, ownership, agency. We look for people who bring good judgment to the table, who are going to try to research the right solution and bias towards doing it, rather than just asking permission every time they want to do something. So a real culture of action and ownership where we would rather you try something and occasionally be wrong than feel like you need permission every time you want to do something. The type of skills that we're looking for, I think the high level is we need people who can do quality work while moving fast. And that's what's hard. It's doing both of those things. We're not the kind of environment where we're without deadlines or urgency. You know, we're racing to try to win our industry, and so every second we lose makes a big difference to us. In terms of technical skills, I think just solid engineers overall. You know, we have like 30 back-end engineer positions today. Some of these back-end engineers are amazing communicators who love talking to customers, and they're great product thinkers. Others are the complete opposite. You know, they like working on our deeply technical problems or services or things that other engineers are going to build on top of. So within the same kind of technical skill set, you have these different personalities that can be useful in different positions. So I think we have room for all types, different types of communicators, different types of interests and preferences. If you're a strong technician who is looking to be challenged, constantly grow, if you're excited for feedback rather than resistant to it, I think it's the right kind of company for you.
I see. So no matter the personality, as long as you are competent and trying to do a good work, I guess it would be a good place to consider working, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and for those interested in applying for positions on the company website, there is a job section, opportunity section.
Correct. Our website is canals.ai. If you scroll down to the bottom of the page, you will see our careers section, and it is really all engineering jobs across Latin America. That is the vast majority of what we're hiring for. Machine learning engineers, DevOps engineers, security engineers, front-end engineers, and the thing we need most of is back-end engineers.
I see. And could you say how big is the team the engineering team actually?
We're growing so fast. I joined the company about 7 months ago as employee number 40. At the time, we had 25 engineers. Because we're doing so well with our customers, expanding with the ones we have, and signing new ones, we've doubled in that time. So today we are 80 employees with 50 engineers.
Wow.
So we're growing very quickly.
That's a lot. And Osman, could you give some advice for people that are still competing, still finishing their studies, and are not sure what direction to follow in their careers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think that the most important thing is to enjoy every moment that you're in which you are at. So my advice for them is like, first, be sure that you are achieving all what you want to achieve while you're a student. So don't hurry to just move to work, because you are so good that for sure you will have a very good job. But when you're working, you don't. I mean, it's really hard to compete again, you know, because you are not a student already. So for me, it was very important, like achieving first the result that I want to achieve. So I spent a little longer time in the university. So I graduated after 6.5 years, while I had to do it in 5 years. So, but for me it was important because I say, okay, I want to go to World Finals. I want to represent my country, and you know, right now that's the reason why I'm here, because Adam knew that, and my CDO also saw something special in me, and that's great because I know that it's because of the competition, because I took the time to develop the skills that I need to do at that moment. And right now I'm just enjoying life, you know, because now you have freedom, you have a good job, and I'm also sharing time with my family. Another advice is like, be sure, or you can, whatever you want to do, you can do it. But it's important to know what you want to do. So, for example, for me, I didn't want to leave my country because for me it's special, like being with my family, with my friends. I have some projects there. So it wasn't an option for me to go out of the country. And it's great because with Canals now I'm like I can work remote. I have some trips because of the company, and that's great. And I'm meeting new great people as well, and I'm in my home, right? So I think that's important as well. Like, be sure what is what you want. If you want to go out, that's great. There are a lot of opportunities. But if you want to stay in home, it's fine as well. Like, you're not a loser because of that. So just, if it's important for you, it's just great.
Oh, those are such a great advice. I mean, it's very easy to just be put on automatic and just do the next thing, because people usually do this next thing without really thinking about what you really want. And we talked earlier about this, how many contestants from Latin America actually left Latin America because their skills are valued wherever in the world, and Kano's having this opportunity to stay, for those that want to stay closer to their families or for their birthplaces. It's very nice to have these opportunities as well. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Do you have any final words? I'd like to thank you very much for not only for supporting ICPC, but for being here with us in this streaming. And I would like to hear about you. Any final words?
We've benefited tremendously by being able to hire talent from this part of the world. So I'm just very grateful that I could come here and see this event and learn about how it's much more than programming. It's about creating the next generation of great problem solvers and focusing them on changing the world for the better. There's a real spirit of generosity and giving that I detect, from this organization. So it's incredible. I'm glad that we are able to contribute back and invest in talent in Latin America. And I hope that we will continue to be here for years.
Yeah, and for me, it's like being here is so special because it's like, okay, now I'm watching the next generation, and that's great because there are so much great students there. And now this time I was talking with some of them, and it's great because you can see the dreams that they have, and they are such a talented people. And for me, it was just very special to be here. So I want to thank ICPC for doing that, because I think this is something that changed our lives. And also thanks to Canal, because they hear me and they are here, and that's just great. So thank you.
Okay, thank you once again. We will have a break, and we'll be back with some directors of this whole party. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, we are back. Well, now we have here the two directors of this ICPC championship. That's Professor Federico Mesa and Professor Christian Rus. Say hello to the guys.
Thank you very much.
And how was it to organize this thing?
very easy. I can do it. We can do it again next week if you wish.
Next century.
Next century.
One percenter is enough, yeah.
No, it was fun. Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of work, but we enjoy it. And when you see the contestants in the floor solving the problems and having a good time, that's the best of all the work, the best retribution for all the work we made.
And you did a really good job. I mean, we can see the sponsors, many sponsors. How do you get so many sponsors? I'm interested in that.
Sponsors.
How do you get them?
After many meetings.
Yeah, well, we have some great global sponsors of ICPC. We have Huawei and we have JetBrains. And also, I would like to thank Lucy from Brazil. He helped us a lot finding new sponsors like Nubank. Yeah. And the rest was a lot of work. Through social media, through LinkedIn, through contacts, trying to speak to them, explain them what the contest is about, and we successfully make some great sponsors participate in this event, like canals like Agenda Pro and Book. Itaú, the Magister of Information Technologies from the Universidad Católica. It was a great job, but they understood the importance of promoting this talent, and they are very happy with the experience.
And I think everyone is now very happy to be here in Chile, and I think we'll come back to Chile. I mean, many of these guys may think, "Oh, I'm going to work there. It's so great country, and many nice people." I mean, it was really a good job. I mean,
well, we're very happy that you have liked our country. In the beginning, we were planning also to do this in Valparaiso. After a couple of logistic issues, we decided, it's better to concentrate in Santiago. But when you never know. If there's any other chance, we would like to make for you to have the opportunity to visit the rest of the country. We have a lot of places and beautiful places for you to know.
This very long country.
Yeah. We can do it one in the north, in the south.
In the south, yeah.
Somebody asked me if you can do it in Easter Island.
Easter Island.
That would be really great.
That would be great.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know if the guys there already know, but we had the opportunity to go, we leaders have the opportunity to go to a viña in Santa Rita. Was really, it's I think it's the 70th best wine in the world. Yeah,
I know that Forbes said that it's the best wine in the
best one.
Best
oh
wine
yes,
in
that's
wine
really
vineyard in the world. It's a really nice place. And we are very glad that the leaders could go there.
We enjoyed a lot.
And I saw some leaders with many bottles of wine. Boxes of wine. So I'm sure they enjoyed it.
And yesterday we went to the Sierra San Cristobal. It was really nice. It was hot, very hot. I mean, I like it, but maybe some guys from some other countries were a little bit too hot for them. I don't know.
I understand that you rode the cable cars, also the teleférico.
See, I did the way like that. I went to the teleférico, to the very top, and then we stay there for some time, and then we come back using the funicular. I don't know what's the word in English.
Yes. Some months ago, I read that in TripAdvisor, it was like the third best attraction in Latin America.
Oh wow!
Just after Cristo Redentor and after Iguazu.
Yes. You have a little great views from
if
there.
I may ask, I don't know if you had the opportunity to have mote con huesillos in the very top.
Oh yeah, I sent you the photo.
You sent me a picture.
Yeah, I tried. It's really sweet. It's really sweet. It's very nice.
But it's cold.
It was not
Not
so
that so
cold,
cold.
but it was
It should
very
be
nice.
cold.
Yeah,
It should
it's
be
very
the
nice.
colder the better.
It's very nice. And now, what are you going to expect for the next, for today and tomorrow?
Okay, we are still we are at half of the contest
Yeah.
right now. Well, after the contest, I understand that the judges will have some talk to the contestants to explain them some things about the problem set, and then we are having a walk. I don't know where. Where are we working?
We're
to?
working to Universidad Católica.
Oh, yeah.
Back to Luxig, where we made the opening ceremony. So we have the closing ceremony in Universidad Católica.
At the same place.
And we can. What can we expect in that ceremony? What are we know in the?
No, there's a lot of surprises during the ceremony. I don't want to spoil the
Oh,
party. But I
I'm
think you
here
will
for the
have to-
spoiling.
But,
Yeah.
but I have a. But I could recommend that you don't eat too much before the before the ceremony.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good
And
to
expect
know.
many Chilean things.
And of course, we are going to know who the bronze medalist, the silver medalist, the gold medalist, and the Latin America Championship will be.
The regional.
And also the regional champions,
Yeah.
the best female team, and the winner of the CCL.
Yeah, what's CCL?
CCL is Café com Leite in Portuguese. Yeah, it's an unofficial competition for
Yeah.
people that doesn't qualify for the championship. Ex participants, alumni, some coaches, and some other people that like to try themselves,
Even
trying
we
to
have
solve
some
these problems.
Students from secondary schools.
Yeah, I saw there is a team from
Also,
secondary school. Yeah.
There are schools from the IOI.
Yeah.
Yeah, students from that.
They are very good teams. I watching. They have a lot of balloons there.
Yes, they are good.
They're the future.
They're the
and
future
you-
of ICPC.
And we always do that in Latin America. So if you guys want to participate next year in the CCL competition, you are from I don't know where. Just come to Latin America and participate. It would
Even
be
now we have a competitor from CCL from USA, from Carnegie Mellon University.
That's very nice.
Really,
That's
a
very
couple of teams from CMU are here participating as CCL.
Yeah, you are all very welcome to come. I mean, it's very nice to have you
Yes,
here.
yes.
Yeah.
This is a huge party. Everybody is having a good time, and I understand that the problem set is very, very good.
Oh yeah, what's the most difficult problem? I want to know now.
No, I don't have an idea.
we can say which problem is the most difficult, and Christian would say how to solve it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, we could in a few weeks from now. No, but we saw that there were 3 different problems solved during the first half hour, and that's great because that means that the problem set is balanced. There are hard problems, less difficult problems, and easier problems.
Yeah.
So everybody have a good time because they are problem solvers. So it's nice to solve some of them.
Yeah,
And
if you take a
Federico,
look-
yeah.
and if you take a look to the floor arena, the colors are very beautiful.
Yes.
We have the luck to having chosen very good colors.
Yeah, and I understand you are the Latin America regional director. So where are we going next year for the championship?
Okay, at the closing ceremony, we will play a video, but I can make a spoiler.
No
here.
spoiler. Oh
No?
my God! No, don't know. I don't know. It's up to you.
You have to decide.
Let me think about it. Okay.
Are we going south or north?
North.
North.
Yeah.
Okay, it
From
was
Chile,
easy. It
there's
was
quite
easy
a lot
from
of-
Chile. It was easy.
Yeah,
okay.
everybody is,
Possibilities.
everywhere is north
Yeah.
of Chile.
Okay, east or west?
East or
West.
west?
You don't know.
Yeah, no,
You don't know.
I think it's about the same.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it's west.
No, west.
Yeah, it's
West.
west.
Okay,
Probably
so
west.
Geographical.
Yeah, we are going to Monterrey, Mexico.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yes.
The Tech of Monterrey is
Yeah.
going to host the
Again,
20
Mexico. You're going north. Oh,
2027 Latin America Championship. We are very excited about that. You can see the video tonight at the closing ceremony.
Great, great, guys. So, I think we're close to the finished this
yes.
this interview.
We,
Yes.
We want to go and see how the contest
Yeah, okay.
is going. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we like it before, especially we want to say thanks to all of our sponsors, especially Huawei and JetBrains and Nubank that helped us a lot. Nubank has been a really good sponsor in this time, not only in this contest, but also in the camps and in the training camps too. Like our local sponsors, Agenda Pro, Canals, Itaú, and Book. You saw the arcade challenge, and everybody enjoyed the arcade challenge, and you also could play in the chill zone. And we had also a Synopsis. For us, Synopsis is very special in Chile because they have been with us several years in our regional contest. We also want to thank Nick Chile, the Magister in Information Technology, and the Computer Science Department of Universidad Católica and the School of Informatics of Universidad Federico Santa Maria. Also, I don't have to forget the Chilean Computer Science Society that has been a really good organization for hosting this competition, and the regional government of Santiago.
Yeah, I would like to thank all the volunteers, the people that
That's
help
great,
us
yeah.
making this possible, especially Carliños. Carliños has been an active member of the organizing committee, all the volunteers in Universidad Católica and Universidad Técnica Federico Santa Maria. It is an amazing team.
We thank everybody but the bad guys. The bad guys,
judges,
the judges.
no,
the
the
judges, we
judges,
can't say. They are really bad.
We don't like judges.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Enjoy.
And we are back this time with another judge. So welcome, Marcos.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you again. Happy to be here.
So Marcos has been a judge for a while now. It's also a former contestant. And do you have one of the problems, one of these 12 problems? You are the author of it, right?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I'm really happy to be able to help in any way I can to the ICPC community. This time I'm part of the jury, but before you've seen me in a few streamings here at the World Finals. So I'm happy to see you too, to be able to share with all these amazing people. And yeah, as Vinicius was mentioning, one of the problems is actually mine. It took a while to work on it. It was
and you
fun,
also
but-
worked a lot on other problems as well,
Oh yeah,
right?
100%.
With
Yeah.
solutions, test cases, and everything.
Yeah, I believe that the experience of judging and working with such great people around you, it's a great opportunity to not only help the community, but also to learn from others, to have fun while trying to break problems, try to find wrong solutions, try to find strong test cases. And it's a process that takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort. And yeah, I don't know how many hours I slept last week, but probably less than 10 in total. Like if you add up all the hours I slept during the whole days.
I know the situation. As you mentioned, we switched positions from last year, right?
Yeah,
You were
yeah,
streaming, and
yeah,
I was
100%,
more on the
yeah.
judge side.
Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunately, the last few weeks can be a bit stressing and
Yeah,
sleep
they're a bit tough,
depriving.
but they're fun. They're fun. I mean,
Yeah.
we do this because we love it.
Yeah,
Right?
for sure. Okay, so we'll take a look at the scoreboard, and we need to talk about problem D, Marcos. Something is happening with problem
Yeah.
D. What's going on the
Yeah.
scoreboard?
Yeah, so we are actually pretty surprised in the judges' room now because we've been working a lot on getting the estimations right and trying to get a balanced set of problems. And in our vision, problem D was between the third and the fourth easiest problems of the set.
So from our perspective, when we look at the scoreboard, we see that 8 problems have been solved.
Yep.
From the other 4, 2 of them have submissions. One of them is problem D. So looking at this information, I would guess that those without submissions would be the hardest, and D would probably be the 9th easier.
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
rank it then. So, but you're telling us that it's like 3rd or 4th.
Yeah.
So what are they missing? What could they? I don't know. I wouldn't say misunderstand, but what they're not seeing.
Yeah, so we had a few problems actually from this set that are like these kind of problems where if you start thinking in the wrong path, you can get into a really obscure and place where it's really hard to come out from.
Uh-huh.
And but we were not expecting this from D. We were expecting this from other problems like, for example, J. J was a problem in which actually one thing we do when we try to start solving the problems, because like for example, I propose and one of the problem H is one of my problems.
Which one?
Problem H. It's
okay.
one of the hardest ones. I'm really looking forward to see if there
No
will be.
submissions yet in the main contest, but from CCL we have.
Yeah, there is one accepted in CCL.
accepted
Yeah, that's
solution.
interesting. Yeah, that's actually interesting. But yeah, so problems like G were problems in which, for example, so as I was saying, when I propose a problem, I still don't know the solutions, or I'm not super familiar with all the solutions from the other problems until I sit and start working on them.
Mhm.
And one exercise we do is to try to start solving from scratch without looking at the solution
Totally
or the
unbiased.
output solution, like unbiased, and trying to actually come up with another idea, because it happens a lot that the author of the problem has the idea in his or her head, and it's hard to come out from there and to think backwards or look at it from another perspective. So that's why we try to use the ability.
Sometimes are easier, faster solutions.
They are easier, faster, or actually the other way around. We may underestimate a problem and it becomes actually pretty hard.
Mhm.
It turns out that, for example, we had a problem that we thought it was way easier, which is problem L, pedestrian. But at the same time, when we started working on coding the solutions, we realized, like, we told the author, like, hey, maybe this is not that easy as you think. And we ended up changing the problem and like working a lot last few days to come up with a more stable, easier solution. So yeah, outside of that, so going backwards, what I was saying is that problem D. Yeah, so another thing we do is we try to get some, once we have the problem set ready, we try to get some testers, which are people we trust, people that are like from the community, from the staff, that are helping us. And I actually remember having a conversation with one of the people that were testing this, and this person was telling me, like, yeah, I'm trying something with lazy segment tree, and I was like, this problem can be solved in 10 lines with one simple set and lower bound. What are you talking about? And he was like, oh, wait, no, if you're telling me this, then I'm just I'm facing it in a really wrong way. And I was like, why is he talking about lazy symmetry? Why is this popping up in here? So it turns out that yesterday, actually, we said, okay, let's try to force the idea of symmetry. And while forcing it with another judge, Arthur, a great ex-competitor, he was a rival of me when I was a contestant, we came up with actually a solution, and we saw, oh, this actually makes sense. It is kind of intuitive to think this path. And if you think in that path, it can become a bit tricky. It's still not impossible, but we were certainly not expecting this.
Yeah, so that's something interesting. We talked earlier about this kind of phenomena when sometimes when you gather more knowledge, sometimes you try the harder than needed way before trying something easier.
Yeah.
And I see this happening a lot, especially with segment 3. Once people learn it and solve a few problems with it, they start seeing it everywhere.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard to get free of it.
Yeah.
And just, try something more, let's say, naive.
Yeah, naive,
and
simple.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is also another fact that I've seen this a lot, and when I was a contestant, it also affected me. So when you see that you're not at the top, let's say 3, and the top 3 is not even attempting a problem, or as we can see, for example, the team in the 6th position actually tried this problem D 3 times, and actually we were checking the code back then, and they are using a set, and they're using the perfect idea, but the thing is, it's a small thing. They're just iterating this problem is about an array and doing some swaps. And if you iterate the array from backwards, so from right to left, you get it right. But they're iterating from left to right. So if they fix the order, they would have gotten it. The whole solution they have is completely correct.
Yeah,
it's just a small thing that they need.
We also talked about this, that looking at the CCL scoreboard, it's clear that it should have been solved already. But the lack of submissions somehow prevents submissions, right? So,
Yep.
or the lack of accepted submissions, to be more precise. So I guess if some team solves it, then we will probably start getting more submissions
Yeah,
for it, right?
Most likely, because if we look at the scoreboard right now, we will notice that actually there are not many problems with a lot of accepted. So actually, if I were a contestant now and I didn't have some of these problems, I would try to go and say, like, okay, I see a new problem getting a balloon. So this means this problem is doable.
Mhm.
I'm really stuck in the other ones. It's really worth trying it because, like, if you, as you mentioned, there are only a few problems without any attempts.
Yep.
So there are acceptance in most of the problems, and this is actually something that we as judges are proud of, because we don't like when we work a lot on a problem and then it's
sure.
not even attempt, right?
Despite what Carlinhos was saying, that judges are bad guys.
Don't listen to Carlinhos. No, we're good. We're good people.
I usually say that Carlinhos is envy of us. He just do this with people that he wanted to be like them. So
yeah.
Let's take this as a compliment.
Yeah. So he dreams about our positions.
He really wanted to be a judge.
Yeah. But, well, life took him to another path, and yeah. So anyways,
we have a few minutes. could you describe briefly what problem D is about, just to make the discussion a bit
yes,
more
absolutely.
concrete?
Yeah, so that's a fair point. So actually, problem D, it has some kind of simple idea. The idea is you're getting orders from a customer, and you're getting orders in a specific order, like from 1 to n, and each order has a price, right?
Okay.
So the idea is that you're allowed to change the order in which you will receive all these petitions from your customers. But if the customer ith is actually was in the ith position at the beginning, you can put it, actually you can swap it so that it becomes it will take part of the any position between 0 or between 1 and I plus k, where k is a given parameter.
Okay.
So
it could be moved to the left or a little bit to the right,
yes,
but not
exactly.
farther than k positions.
Yeah, so you can move it anywhere to the left, but as you said, not more than k position to the right.
Mm-hmm.
So you're given n, you're given k, and you're also given x. X means that, okay, so once you fix the order, you will go one by one, and the first x of the requests in this order, you will pay the full price for all of them.
Uh-huh.
But then the next one, you will actually pay half of the price.
I see.
So what you want to do is to maximize the amount of profit you're getting. So maximizing the discount that you're getting. Yeah. So basically you're given this and a pretty big n, so it's not allowing quadratic solutions or anything like this.
Mm-hmm.
And so the thing is, if you start thinking about it in the natural order in which the statement is mentioned in everything, which is from left to right, from the beginning to the end, it's pretty easy to actually end up stuck in solutions like the only team that attempted this solution is getting wrong answer due to this fact, due to the fact that they're trying from left to right as the statement suggests. Mm-hmm. So the whole idea is that if you think backwards, I mean, you start from the end and you go from the left, you will see that actually while decreasing the indices, there will be elements that are being unblocked. Because mm-hmm. it's the elements that, okay, so at the end, maybe they were not, you were not able to put them at the end, but at some point when you start decreasing, you suddenly are able to put them.
So those that are not too far apart could be there, and then you just make like a greedy choice to select whatever you want to put there.
So that's the idea, right? Like, because given that the elements are not there, but then when they become available, they will always be available, that's actually pretty good, because then it's pretty easy. When you have a free position to put, you just put the maximum you want. You can, because that will not block anything from the upcoming steps. So that's actually it's a 10-line code, and it gets accepted pretty fast.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that if you just gave this problem to all teams, most of the top teams would solve it like quite kind of quickly. Yep. But since they didn't get the idea immediately, they are probably looking at other options as well, so they are not focused on I don't know, stressing as much as possible.
There are also other problems, right? When we actually see that the team in the first position is actually attempting problem K, that would put them in a really nice position if they got it right. Problem K is also a very tricky one, so
let's hope it got accepted.
Yeah.
Our time is ending, but I really want to stay with you until we get the answer of this submission. And in the meantime, any projections on how many problems for the first team and how many problems solved in total?
So given that we have over 1 hour left, I would think that actually the teams in the first positions should get maybe 2 more problems. Mm-hmm. I mean, it will all depend on whether the first team now is getting problem K, because if they get problem K, they have over 1 hour and a bit more to actually think about, for example, problem D. I mean, they don't have any problem that
really
no one else got.
No one else got.
So there are 3 people, and they have 4 problems left if they get K. Oh, they actually got K.
Wow. 2 problems ahead of the second place. Wow.
That's amazing.
That's a lot.
They actually got the second problem, so there are actually 2 problems.
Yeah, they are in a really comfortable position now. It will be hard for...
I mean, if I were them, now I would be actually betting on just 1 more problem, because 1 more problem for sure secures them the first spot.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
So now I would really try to think for 10 more minutes to see where maybe they can actually I don't know. For now, for 10 more minutes, given that there are three of them, maybe they can try to think about different problems. But I'm sure that if one of them starts thinking about they will get it. I'm trustworthy that it will happen. So let's hope for it.
Okay, thank you for the discussion here, for giving some information, a most concrete feeling, a more concrete feeling about the problem set, and good job setting the problem with the other judges. And I would like to go back to the judges room.
It's been a lot of work, but it's always fun, and it's always fun to share with all of you. And I'm really happy to be here and to be next to all of you that are on the other side of the screen. So keep rooting for your teams, and well, let's see how the things go after the first Scoreboard too.
Okay, thank you, Marcos.
And I'm back because you were already here. So, as we can see, the table keep moving, the scores keep moving, and we are actually pretty close to the frozen hour.
Yeah.
So this will be the last 10 minutes of new information coming up.
Unfortunately, there's that last hour, especially from those that are just watching, or in our case, streaming, are the saddest ones, because we can see how things are evolving. So it just got a little bit anxious and just have the best hopes for the teams, right? That they will solve as many problems as possible. But for now, we still have 8 minutes. Not many changes in the list of teams or even in their positions, but they have been solving some more problems. So we already have, as we just said, one team with 8 problems solved, but then we have like 5 teams with 6. So it has been growing this set of teams with 6 problems solved. And yeah, now to get a medal, you probably need 5 or probably most likely 6 to get in the top 12 position.
Yes, right? But still, after frozen hour, anything can happen. Everything can be moving on. And I am pretty sure that the teams here are not quite calm, in the sense that they won't stay quiet in the last hour. I mean, they will be still fighting. And even though, for example, that our brain is 0.0% of our body mass, it actually can consume up to 60% of our glucose. So the tiring has come.
Yeah.
And the way of being here, the way of pursuing this goal is great. Their physical condition, their mental condition is great.
Yeah,
as we can see.
Sometimes people just hyper focus and then forgot to drink water, to eat a little something, and then the tiredness gets even faster.
Yeah, faster actually. So we were talking just before I leave that we can check out how are the regional champions, and
let's do it.
Therefore, the qualification for the World Finals. Doing so, we can see in the first place. The first place will be, in this moment, so far, maybe an unknown university. You know anything about this university?
I'm quite familiar with it.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I thought there a little bit.
Okay, so great. So we have Uga Buga, which will be the Brazilian champion. So far, the Latin American champion too. Maybe Brazil can restore.
Let's see what happens in the last hour.
And the last hour. Okay, in second place we have the one that will be the Mexican champion, right?
Yeah. So Brazil and Mexico are two regions, as
different
Ed
regions.
explained before. We have 6 regions, and 2 of them are just a single country because they are too large.
Yeah, and actually they are in the top 2 places. In third place we have Helicóptero, who will be the South America South champion, which are Peru, Chile, Bolivia, and Argentina, and Uruguay, right? Those
I
are
think so, yeah.
Those are the countries.
So a team from Universidad Nacional de Córdoba, Argentina, would be the right now, if the contest ended right now, would be the champion from South America South.
South America South, right? And let's move on. Who will
Now things get a bit trickier.
Yeah, and we can check a Colombian team. There are 2 teams here, so let me check which are their names.
So Colombia is EAFIT and UN Med. That would be the 2
Universidad
Colombian.
Nacional y EAFIT. So let's see. Oh, that's it. That place 20, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Un Trencito, he will be the champion of South America North, which are Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela.
Let's see if we didn't miss anything, but I think so.
So far,
Yep,
I think so.
Mhm.
Totally. And
Moving on.
Caribbean, UH Pop in place 24. So from Cuba, the Universidad de La Habana will be the Caribbean champion.
Yep.
Right now. And there is just one more region, which is my region, I guess. And will be place 37. El Tecnológico de Costa Rica, let me check. Yeah, actually, Central Americans are very close to each other. And actually, Synapsis is also with 3 problems, so we have a kind of tie in the first place for Central America, but the penalty time will be the difference in there.
Mhm.
And that's what we have.
Yeah, but there is 1 hour still, so
Once
enough time.
more.
Lots of team time on number of problems, so everything may change, right?
Everything may change, totally.
So we have the top team with 8 problems solved. So when you look at the CCL, we know that problem H has been solved in there already, and also problem D. So from 12 problems, 10 have at least 1 accepted solution. So I guess judges are probably happy at that point. We still have 1 hour. It could be that all problems got solved. It's unlikely, since for most teams they have easier problems to attack. So very few teams will actually attack the hardest ones. So, but yeah, that 10 out of 12 is a good mark. And let's see, perhaps we can. I really like when they split between medals and not medalists, and between gold and silver, when they actually have different number of problems. It's very rare that this can happen in all possible interesting combinations. In all thresholds have exactly different number of problems. But for now, we have problems with teams with 5, 6, and 8 problems in the top 12. So it could be that, I don't know, perhaps the gold medalists would have 9 problems, and then 8, 7, 6, and 5. So it could be it would be a very interesting split of number of problems solved in the medal zone.
Yeah, and also it's very important to remark, I guess, that actually the first place is 2 problems ahead the second place.
Yeah, that's quite impressive.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is not common at all. But actually, if you think about the regional, when the teams that got here, it was a nice split, because we had like 1 problem, one team with 10 problems, 1 team with 9, and then 3 teams with 8. So first, second, and third with different number of solved problems. So this would the same thing would happen here if the second one solved the seventh, for example. So it could be that something like this would happen. The funny thing, if you want to put it like this, is that totally different teams. So none of the top three right now were in the top three in the previous stage.
In the previous stage, yeah.
Yeah. So this somehow.
So that's what I was saying, right? People get interested. And get
Scoreboard is now frozen. You are not going to receive any more balloons. You will still receive printouts.
So,
yeah,
no more balloons.
Yeah, as we said, 1 hour left. No more updates in the scoreboard. No more balloons. So much less information for us to speculate on. Zero updates, but at least we will have those interrogation marks, which show that someone submitted a problem to some a solution to some problem, but we don't get the answer until the award ceremony would be later today.
All we know is that they are submitting something.
Yeah, and now there's a lot of room for speculation, right?
A lot of room for speculation.
So if we want to go down, for example, that's how it will show in the scoreboard for now. So that in 28th place, we have a question mark.
Yeah.
And by the end of the competition, we'll have lots of these because they are being judged. Teams are getting the verdict, but only them know what happened. We will stay curious, and we have to wait until the award ceremony to see what happened. And we just have a question mark in problem 8.
The first attempt.
The first attempt of the whole contest with 1 minute after the frozen. So it could be that a team just solved it. We don't know. We will have to wait.
Yeah. And so we have a video from our sponsors right now coming.
Yeah, in a couple of minutes we'll have a video from actually to be the last sponsor we will have in the streaming.
Okay.
And after that, we are going to have a very special interview with Bill Poucher, which is the president of the ICPC Foundation, the most recognizable face of ICPC. He has been doing this in a way or another for decades, literally. I remember by the time I was a contestant, the year I got classified to the World Finals, he wasn't there in the Brazilian regional in 2006. So 20 years ago, he was in there already, and he loves this, and I think he's part of why ICPC is what it is. He always has very inspiring speeches, right? Is a source of infinite source of interesting stories as well.
Yeah,
I'm a bit. I'm looking forward to hear this interview.
On his own words, he says that this was nice to be a cool grandpa.
Yeah. So and he always talk about the principles that guide ICPC. He always talks about the golden rule, treating others as you would like to be treated, and how everything is done by volunteers. And I think it's quite important to propagate this this way of thinking. I think this is an important part of ICPC. I think if we have so many volunteers, we saw here, for example, former contestants that now are here as sponsors. So they convinced their leadership to become sponsors and to support ICPC. It's because they believe in it. It's because they know that this makes difference in the life of so many students. And I think this is the main thing about ICPC. It's for students to put the spotlight on them, to create opportunities for them to grow up. and I think Bill is always a reminder of all those aspects.
And every time they grow, they share their experience, they want to be challenged, and they get challenged every time, and that's something every company, every person, every academic. I mean, what makes us human, what makes us what we are today is the way that we accomplish the results and we solve problems. Many problems we have solved all around our history, from writing to I don't know cars or I don't know rockets, Apollo, and everything, and that's a problem solving, and that's what makes us human. And so we are having now our next sponsor, right?
Let's just take a quick look, a last look at the scoreboard as of the Frozen.
The Frozen, okay.
And then when we are a few minutes to end, we come back and we look with the question marks. What could happen in the award
regions,
ceremony?
yeah.
So a quick look here. So once again, we have one team with 8 problems, and then down to the 6th position, everyone with 6 or more, and then in the 16th position, we have teams with
5.
Yeah, 5 or
up
more.
to 5, yeah.
Excuse me. And with 4 problems or more, 31 teams.
31.
With 3 problems or more, 38. One team with 2 problems, one team with 1 problem, and a single team still struggling to have their first accept.
Well, actually, it's important to them to get their first, so let's support this team and let's go.
More than 100,000 requests per minute, more than 55,000 active users per month, more than 100 million appointments managed, more than 20,000 active businesses in Latin America, more than 20 countries. We are Agenda Pro. And we know that behind each number, there is more than just traffic. There are people, business owners in health, beauty, and wellness who make a living from their daily operations, who need to fill their schedules, reduce cancellations, optimize payments, make decisions with real information, businesses that depend on stability, on speed, on systems that don't fail at key moments. We understand that when software impacts thousands of businesses, the responsibility is no longer technical, but becomes strategic at a Agenda Pro. We don't just manage appointments, we drive growth. And we don't stop there. We integrate artificial intelligence into the core of our products. We build to high standards. We think long-term. We operate in production. We are Agenda Pro, the infrastructure that moves people's time with stability, speed, and precision.
Hello, I'm here with Sebastián Evia from Agenda Pro, or Agenda Pro, I guess. And first of all, thank you. We're delighted to have you here. We're delighted for all the support that you have given to the ICPC, to this Latin American Championship. And so tell us, please, what does Agenda Pro is? What does it do?
Sure, it's a, well, you saw the video, but it's an all-in-one software for every business that manages scheduling, like barbershops, hair salons, medical centers, and so we manage people's time, not just the business owners' times and the people that work with the business owners, but also people's time that go to that business and gets their hair cut or whatever. They also like have to they want to be like reminded of their booking, and they want to be pay as easy as possible. And so we basically manage appointments, payments, inventory, communications, and everything else. And also right now we're offering also AI agents for the businesses, and we are also now releasing a marketplace, so it's easier for people to find the businesses that work with the business that have Agenda Pro.
Yeah, one of the key subjects that you mentioned in another talk that we had is that you are focused on entrepreneurship and on making communities, to support communities, and which is something that is very particular. And here in ICPC, we know about many community. We love to integrate everyone, and I think that is very important how Agenda Pro supports this entrepreneurship. Can you tell us more about that entrepreneurship facilities?
Yeah, sure. So the thing is that entrepreneurship is not always something like you, like really like an objective of your life. It's if you sometimes are just a problem solver. You just like challenges. You are very ambitious. Have a lot of energy, and you start like building things, and then you start knowing other people that are also building things, and you start forming a community of really enthusiastic and like ambitious people, and it's like a positive feedback loop that works really well in entrepreneurship. And when we talked with Federico that presented us the contest, we absolutely recognized all those things that we had lived as entrepreneurs in this competition, because these kids university, they are like all probably like very high standard and ambitious and competitive also, and those are great like features to have as a person, if you wanna like in after that be an entrepreneur or work at a very like fast startup and everything. So yeah, we kind of felt like related with the people that Federico kind of told us that participated in this event.
Would you say that did you find these people? I mean, did you find these people all among us and the contestants mainly?
Yeah. We've talked with, I don't know what percentage of because yeah, there are a lot of events, and in the hotel and in the different places, the different universities, and yeah, these all are kids. Sometimes they don't know what they want to do after they study. Some they do know they want to be like very in academia, or someone maybe we talked a lot about big tech also, but also a lot of them. And I think that when they recognize that I wanted to talk about entrepreneurship, a lot of them asked me about it. And they are really interested in to know what's like the right path, and there's no right path. It's just motivation, being ambitious, don't being afraid of like mistakes, and just try things, build things, and I think that I really recognize that those like characteristics in this group.
Totally. And actually, I am really proud that Agenda Pro decided to support ICPC, because one of the things that you talk about in your tech talk was about how technology can impact on communities, how what we do, how these projects that you develop had an impact, no, on people, on their customers, on their little entrepreneurships in the barber shop or the medical service, whatever, and how even though you are what you can say a small company, you can also make a tech support for all of them, and how you can integrate. And when you have this integrational software with manage, like you just said, a lot of budgets, I mean a lot of stuff and services, you will need also people that can develop of those solutions. And one of the things that I think ICPC is proud of is that we have very skilled people here, and we are actually trying to return to the community in many senses. I mean, most of the ICPC work is volunteer, but of course, with your support, we can make this event last like we have to. And I have noticed something that is very special, and I can relate to as well, is passion. I have noticed passion in you. I have noticed passion in what you do. What can you tell about the passion that we can see here?
Yeah, I think I kind of said it before. It's not something like intentional. I just, and everyone in the team, I think we love building things, but it is incredibly rewarding that the things that you do, that you love to do, or at least I love to do. I love to making products, actually have an impact, and in a space where technology isn't like the first concern. I mean, of course, enterprise and defense, sorry, and many other like traditional places where technology has always played a very important role. Is going to be there's always going to be people trying to get into those spaces, but small businesses were practically unattended because they have low budget. They don't have like a IT or technology team that can support what they do. So it's incredibly rewarding that you can build things that people tell you. One of the most common comments that we get when small businesses start using Agenda Pro is, I can't believe I've been working this way so long before knowing you, and that's incredibly like you feel like very important in like a chain of value that starts from other entrepreneurs, because most of these barbershops or hair salons or medical centers are they are entrepreneurship businesses, and so we can add a lot to that value chain, doing what we love. So yeah, it feels a lot like giving back to the community.
And also, what I feel about this is that it also gives how can I say, opportunities to the students, not only to make something profit, not only to have challenges, not only because they love challenging, they also have the chance to take a role in the also in the process of helping their community, their neighbors, I don't know, their uncles, family, whatever, or also the chance to have the immediate somehow impact on to see on their community, on their neighbor, how their work is worth it, and how their value it's also helping the community. And it's important because what I think is what a profession is well, it comes from Latin professar, but the fact is that it's something that in a society it's called about value.
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell us how do you find value in the profession when you think about challenging, when you think about entrepreneurship, when you think about helping the community, making your neighborhood better and easier?
Yeah, it's it's very like not in how can I say, sorry, I have to find the words, but it's not like it's written where value is when you are creating something new, because software has existed a lot for a long time, and so when working with the small businesses, they don't know what they need, and also you don't know what they need. We're not like we're not gods that know everything that everyone will need. So yeah, we don't have a crystal ball. So the value is not and in knowing something that others don't know. It's about being like interested in finding that value, into talking to people, into being creative, being not afraid to make mistakes, being like a helping hand. And so I think that the role of technology, entrepreneurship, and highly like motivated people right now is to be a helping hand, to be put like your heart in the things that you are doing, and we try to find people that have like that same mindset, and very ambitious and very competitive too, because we like to move fast and we like to do things that are like very challenging for us, but also the first like mission for us is to make our clients happier than they were the day before. So this is a great Agenda Pro and many other startups that I think that are great. It's a great place to go work. We all need, of course, salaries, and we all need this. We all like some income, yeah, and commodities, and have nice things. But we also like to be like an agent of making a better place. So yeah, this right now startups are like the way I think we can give more or the most back to society right now, because we're like not breaking the rules, but moving like the wall further at what we can do with technology. And so yeah, I that's like the value I think in my head that we add.
So yes, for summarizing this, I think that Agenda Pro can relate to challenging, to creativity, to exposure to new places, and that's something that ICPC can really talk about. And thank you very much, Agenda Pro, for being here. Thank you, Sebastian, for this time. Thank you for making this event possible. I am really happy that you have been here, and I hope you keep in touch with ICPC agents, because I think that what you do, what you mean, what your company is about, it's something that every single ICPC contestant can relate. So thank you very much.
No. Thank you, and everyone in ICPC. I really love the competition. I've heard about it in when I was in the university. I actually studied here in next door in the Universidad Católica, but I've never like met it from the inside, and it's just a beautiful event. So congratulations for you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gabriela Lamas, and I'm delighted to be here with our ICPC chairman, president, rock star,
Oh, heavens.
guru, and our
Oldest guy in the room. Okay.
our dear William Poucher.
Hi, howdy.
We are very happy to be here in Chile with all the Latin America community, especially for ICPC Mexico. It's always a honor to have you with us here, very interested, very committed all the time, and we really appreciate all your willingness, all your mind, your heart, and your soul in this competition. So thank you for being here with us today.
Well, thank you very much. It's delightful to be here, and we're here at the ICPC Latin America Championship, which is one of 8 championships in the world, and one of the finest in existence. And this is my first time to be in Chile, and I am really excited to be here.
Excellent. Me too. So I believe everyone here is very blessed to have the opportunity of being here in this important event. So yes, our 3rd championship, 2024, Guadalajara, Iteso, Mexico.
Yes.
And then Salvador in Brazil.
Yes.
And now Chile, with
Yes.
2 big and important universities here.
Oh, absolutely. And the ICPC is a community within the universities of the world. And it's one of the really exciting activities that we have, because in our disciplines, in the computing science disciplines and in engineering, we have to make sure that every generation are performers. Not just knowledge, but that they can perform, that they can build systems that benefit their neighbors together. And that's what we do.
Exactly. And well, you know, Latin America, it's a very huge, diverse, complex region. We have many countries on it, many ethnical cultures, many political, geographical, economical aspects in the region. So it is not an easy way to handle such a large region, a complex region. And I would like to know, given our, as you mentioned, 6 sub-regions that we compound this, one of the 8 championship, this reality and the diversity of travel, resources, infrastructure that becomes a big deal all together combined and by itself, each one. Where do you see the biggest friction points that quietly shape participation?
Participation in the ICPC is shaped by matters of the heart within a community of people who are built to serve and build systems to serve their communities. And there's just no way known to become a better performer than to be able to perform with others of like interest, and especially if they're actually a little bit more advanced than you are. You see, this is not a competition against each other, it's a competition for each other. It's so that we can get better at what we do well for the benefit of our neighbors. And it's just exciting to get together. So we're not only getting the teams together and the coaches together and the universities together, we're drawing on ICPC alumni industry to come together and ICPC community leadership to come together to shine the spotlight on these students.
Exactly. And one of the golden rules that ICPC has is that we always try to serve, not to rule. And it always comes to my mind because it's so easy to to be ruling all the time instead of serving. But when you say that we have to be more inclusive, that we have to think in the others before in ourselves, when you say attract as many students as possible, geographical regions, university, you are building a community.
Well, exactly, because a community is a matter of bringing talents and interests together. It's not about filtering out everything except one ideal. If there's only one ideal for humanity, then we probably only need one human. And let me just remind you that if we have only one human, it won't be long before we don't have any at all.
Exactly. Exactly. It's very important to, it is very important for me because you always say attract as many as possible. Not bring me the best, not bring me the top, just invite. And together we build all this miracle that ICPC is.
Well, and it's really wonderful to see people step forward. And of course, because look, why do you think we have the universities in the first place? Our university community is how we pass on knowledge and capability so that we can build on the platform that we inherit. And so we should always be building a better world, a world in which flowers bloom more easily and in greater variety. And that's what we do. And who are the flowers? Our neighbors.
And the most valuable one are our students.
Yep.
Because they are the future, the present, and the reason that we are here.
Well, you know, I've said this many, many times, right? But in the 1950s, we discovered DNA. Okay, so in the 1950s, what we discovered was that we have 8 billion cousins on this planet. We're all cousins, all right? That's the way it is. Now, let me say that if you looked at the ancient scriptures, you'd also conclude that we're all cousins from the Genesis story and things of this variety. So the details are different, but the bottom line is here we have 8 billion cousins able to work together to build a better world than the one that we inherited. It's time for us to have Family Earth and check out some of the other locations that are in this universe as well.
Of course. But at the same time, this is a big challenge, especially probably for a region, because, for instance, we see that we have, in the same scenario, we have excellence at the top, but we have some uneven depth. So performance is excellent at the top, but across the region is not the same. That is a big deal to handle it. So we consistently see world-class peaks alongside thinner pipelines everywhere, elsewhere. How do you interpret that pattern, talent concentration, training culture, or something structural?
All right. In my way of thinking, the most important thing that we do is to focus on the things that we can do, and especially those things that we can do well. So the challenge is not on equity, how we balance ownership. The challenge is whether people have ample opportunity. Now, when you have ample opportunity, you have more than enough to do. You can play a role in the building of a stronger community in so many different ways. Sometimes a simple smile for someone who needs a lift. You might see them at the mall or walking along the street. You see, it doesn't have to be earth-shattering to be community building.
Exactly. But at the same time, this complexity in Latin America is higher than in any other regional structure. So that points that does flexibility become ambiguity for coaches, teams, or potential sponsors, for instance?
Oh, absolutely. Well, you see, part of it is this, okay? And that is, even when you have ample opportunity, it doesn't mean that everyone feels that they have ample opportunity or will take advantage of the opportunity that they have. So along with ample opportunity, we have to have encouragement, encouraging people to give something a try, okay? To invest their time and energy in advancing whatever attracts them, as long as it's in the best interests of their neighbors. So encourage. In addition, we need to enable. If you encourage but people can't actually do something, well, goodness gracious, there's nothing more discouraging than that. So encourage and enable. And in addition to encouragement and enable, we need to empower. We need to let them know that we're there so that they can work through the most challenging situations and become stronger from it. You see, as strange as it might be, part of the steps to success in life are built on rebuilding your life as a result of the conflict and challenges that come your way. But everything in your life that you survive, okay, can be looked at as a lesson that allows you to build a platform in which you can help others who have the same challenge, or that you can become stronger so that the same outcome doesn't happen when you engage with that challenge again. So everything, I think, is about remembering that for life to give life to life, we have to give life a chance. And we need to give life a chance in our own lives and with others who are around us. Okay?
Okay, excellent. And for instance, when you combine these factors like shape competitive outcomes and access to high quality contests, where do you think outcomes are most path dependent today, like selection processes, training access, or problem set exposure, academic issues probably?
I would say that the number one challenge today is that we're so fascinated with measurement that we forget that advances occur because of our common spirit. Now, you see, the competition that you have out here is not a competition against. It's a competition among people who want to get better. And the best way for you to learn how to play baseball better is to learn how to play on a team as a teammate and to play on a team that succeeds in playing other teams. But you learn more from playing a team that's better than you are than playing a team that's not as good as you are. So the purpose of the game is to grow so that you can perform better. The same is true in music. In music, if you want to perform better, you perform more, and you perform with other performers, and you perform for an audience, you see? And so here, at this level, which is super high, the region champions are more advanced than the world champions of 20 years ago. Okay? What we have are people who are coming together who have done extraordinary things in universities. Extraordinary accomplishments. They're in their team of 3 sharing one computer and doing a semester's work in 5 hours. It's impossible. Well, it's impossible if you know that it's impossible, but if you don't, you just go do it, and that's what they're doing right now.
And when we look at where Latin America stands today, it's clear that we are operating in an environment that's rapidly shifting. And something that I personally really admire about ICPC global ecosystem is how it has constantly adapted over time, expanding, adjusting, and reinventing itself without holding onto past structures. I wonder how you see that spirit of adaptation applying to a region. In your view, what will it take for Latin America to mirror that same dynamism and turn our diversity into an engine for growth, motivation, and broader participation?
Well, you know, that's an interesting thing, but actually you already do. I mean, this is one of the best championships in the entire world, right here, okay? But I would have to say that the number one key to ICPC community growth is that we are committed to community values. Goodwill, golden rule, putting people first without getting in the way of our 8 billion cousins to solve the world's problems. We solve ours. To resolve conflict together and grow stronger, it's about building trust. You see, what I think the greatest strength that we have in the ICPC is we ask for help so that we can do better, then offer advice to all of our cousins on how they could do better.
Well, it's always inspiring, and it's a pleasure talking with you, Bill, and we really appreciate your time and all your consideration to be all the time accompanying us. And thank you very much for your time, for your goodwilling, for your faith in each region, and let's see what's next for the region.
Oh, I can't wait.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And we're back. Thank you very much. We are in the very end of this competition. We have 70 minutes more to go, and the nervous system, the results, the balloons. Oh, come on. This is a lot of pressure for me because there's nothing decided yet. We have a lot of competition coming. We have teams that are sending problems, as we can see. For example, where I get my university name, ITCR Alajuela, no name yet. They have 2 submissions from problem F, and we don't know still if they got it or not. and still no submission for problem D. Because D is tougher than it looks. And but after Marcos Colon explained it was, of course, yeah. All you have to do is this wait up and maximize that.
After you know the answer.
After the solution, you can say, yeah, obviously, it's a greedy algorithm. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's no one solved it because no one solved it.
Yeah.
See, if a team solved it in the beginning, probably there would be lots of balloons in the D column, but no one did it at the beginning. And as time passed, it looks more and more like a difficult problem, and people just didn't try it. But
actually, there are 3 submissions and no result, right? No right answer.
Yeah. So as we can see, there are lots of yellow squares in the scoreboard. I think we should go through each region and take a look at how inside a given region how it is, right?
Yeah, and how well can they perform? I mean, optimal.
Yeah, so
optimistic.
Let's start with let's go alphabetically. Let's start with the Brazilian region. So these are the Brazilian teams. So in the first place, so you have 2 numbers. The first number is the position in the whole scoreboard, and the second number is the position in the Brazilian scoreboard. So for now, UFMG has a quite safe position with 8 problems, because the closest teams with 6 problems didn't submit anything, and even if they did submit, for example, 2. They would tie in the number of problems, but still probably get a worse penalty. Yeah. So they are in a pretty comfortable position.
And actually, so far, at 15 minutes for ending this competition, we can see that even though every single question mark is unaccepted, they won't reach.
Actually, they would be still the only Brazilian team with 8 problems.
And we have just 3 teams from UNB, right? And if this stands as it is, who is going to the world? It will be our finalists in there?
Yeah, so that's a good point, because second and third in Brazil are from the same university. They couldn't go both because they are from the same universities. So only the É Só Fazer team from UNB would be classified to the world finals. So what happens in this case is that the next one in rank, then the whole rank, would be called invited in the full scoreboard, would be invited to the world finals. So if you think about, for example, 12, let's think about medals. So at this point we would have 6 medals to Brazil and 5 teams from Brazil classified to the world finals. So next region, Central America.
Central America. Yeah. Well, we have a tying problem. So the next, and for the first 2 places, the first problem who solves a problem, maybe we'll get to the world finals.
Yeah. So Alajuela is in the first place, but. And it also have some pending submissions, so it could be that they solved it and then they would be isolated.
Maybe they watched the D problem.
and the Banana Script team also have pending submissions, but even if they pass it, their penalty would be much greater than Alajuela. It's hard to compare with the other team, who would be the second and third one if the problem was accepted.
Well, the fact is that one more problem will be the difference, and we are watching South America. Central America.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. It's okay. One more problem will be the difference for any of those. I mean, the last 15 minutes, I don't know, 10 minutes or 12 minutes. They can submit, I don't know, 1 problem, maybe 2 problems, I don't know, and become the Central American champion. Let's go with South America North.
Okay, so South America North. Those both teams are from Colombia. And they both have 4 problems. Both have submissions on problem A, so nothing decided. I mean, if nothing changes, Medellin would be on the world finals, but we don't know.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting because since the penalty, if both are accepted, Universidad Nacional de Medellín has 3 attempts, so
Yeah, it could
it
actually
could actually
invert the
swap the
position.
position.
So
Yeah.
everything is possible from Colombia in this scoreboard situation. So next, which one would you like to see next?
That's the Caribbean.
Caribbean. Let's go.
And Caribbean, we have Universidad de La Habana, UH Pop in first place with four problems.
Yes.
But in second place, that's Dominican Republic, right? Which actually has now 4 attempts for problem F. Maybe if they just get unaccepted, they get to 4 problems, but the penalty would be much more higher.
Yeah, they still need to solve a second one in order to
Yeah.
to get on top of.
And they have 10
Universidad
more
de La Habana.
minutes.
Yeah, they better hurry. Okay, so next.
Mexico, I think, is the only. No, South America
South
South.
America
South
South
America
and
South.
Mexico.
America South, yeah.
Let's go Mexico. Lots of submissions.
Whoa.
All teams have submissions actually. All Mexican teams have submissions for this last.
But look at this. At this time, you have to focus on the problem that is the closest one to get solved.
Yep.
And if you see that, for example, the first place has attempts on 2 different problems,
Mhm.
maybe it's because one of them got the right answer. Maybe, I
It
don't
could
know.
be, yeah.
Could be. But they changed to another problem then. So
Yeah, and if they pass it, they actually tie for in the first place for in the number of problems, but with a worse penalty than team from FMG. So, but if they submit a third one, perhaps they could steal the leadership.
But they are both in I mean the first 2 places are both in the qualifying area for medals.
Oh yeah, for sure. So if it ended as it is in those positions, 2 medals for Mexico.
Yeah.
And finally, South America South, which have a lot of teams in this first part of the scoreboard. So many interesting things to note here. So first, Helicóptero is with 2 pending submissions, could also reach 8 problems solved right now. One more needed to take the leadership, but they are trying really hard to stay in the gold medal zone. But then they are followed by 2 teams from UBA. So once again, 2 teams which would be in the classification zone for the World Finals, but only one of them may advance. So depending on all of those pending submissions, the one of them will get to the World Finals, the other one will get out of it. And then if you look the 4th and 5th positions, both from Rosario. Actually, Rosario is in the classification zone for the World Final, since there are some teams ahead of it that can't classify. But once again, 2 teams from the same university, they couldn't go, which would probably leave the slot for the next one, which is the 14th place, which is what university is this?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería de Peru.
Oh yeah.
And then they if we have 12 slots, they would get in because there are
2 universities that can
3
go.
universities actually with 2 teams ahead of them. And if we have a bit more, then we get University of Chile, which is the 16th place, and perhaps La Plata could get a slot as well. So lots of teams from South America South with some chance of getting the World Finals, depending, of course, of the submissions and on the number of slots. So lots of unknowns, but many teams, like almost all of them, with pending submissions. So potentially lots of change in this last hour, right?
And 6 more minutes to go. Corman, which is the top UBA Universidad de Buenos Aires team, has just submitted once more problem A.
Which means that the previous submission didn't get an accept, but now it could be that they fixed it. Just to remind, so they were the third they got third place in the previous stage, just like helicopter, and but now actually at least we found 1 hour left when the scoreboard freeze. They were behind the other team from UBA, so they it could be the case that they got in the better in the previous stage, but worse now. But say that they have two pending. They have pending submissions in two different problems. They could pass the other team from UBA.
Something very interesting. 5 minutes left. Something very interesting about helicopter is that this is their first attempt to the first regional. They super regional, the first championship. So if they qualify to the World Finals, they are really actually having a prosperous career in front of them, in the sense that maybe next year they can come stronger and everything. They have, I know for the coach, that they have been practicing a lot. They have been training a lot. They have taken this as seriously as they must.
And it shows up.
And actually, yes, it shows up mainly because they are beating some teams that were world finalists last year. And always the sweat pays off. And 5 more minutes to go. Ooh. I'm kind of anxious. I really want to know what's happening. If only I can know a judge who has actually. Well, let's see the CCL, by the way. How is the CCL scoreboard?
Actually, I won't spoil CCL for,
No, but CCL
for another reason.
Oh, they don't have frozen.
Yeah, they have frozen, but actually I don't have access to their frozen scoreboard. And I'm a bit afraid of spoiling things.
Yeah, I know.
Because I don't want to see anything, even if I can. So I don't want to see anything from CCL.
Okay,
because
okay.
I could see submissions after the frozen scoreboard,
I know.
And actually I could see even worse. I could see some stuff from the main competition. So I
just for the people at their homes or wherever you are playing as, I'm sitting just beside an executioner of these chiefs, meaningful people. No, seriously, this is a great job, and all the job that the judges is in here. I mean, this problem set has been challenged and has been challenging for the students. So that's a very nice job, and thank you very much for your job and the other judge. I mean, once more, this is a very professional job in the sense that it's volunteer, it's hard enough, it's challenging, it's entertainment, and it can actually somehow measure, even though Bill just has to not measure anything, but this problem set has been measured, and I think that has been approved in the sense that the problems are diverse, the problems are interesting, challenging, and teams are having a great time. I'm pretty sure they're having a great time.
Well, to be fair, let's congratulate the judges, because I didn't help that much in the set. I made part of the selection of the problems, but actually other people put much more effort preparing test case solutions and polishing the statements to be more readable and everything. So we have seen here Paulo and Marcos, but there are many others. Their names, especially the authors, but also the other that help on the problem set will be on the web page, and thank them. We have such a nice competition and such a nice problem set.
So we're taking just our final words, just checking on the chat. I know there are lots of comments. I know that there are lots of people supporting their teams, their classmates or whatever. But I will just take a look at the last one, who is Arriba Cubanas, UH
1 minute left.
John, toda la familia es respectiva, even families are here. So I just want to tell them that you're making all our effort in this streaming too very valuable. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for following up this transmission. It's been great. You have been a great public, and you have been also very active in the chat. I've read many messages. Thank you very much for the support for your teams. I know that we haven't read them all, but we will be sure that your teams take a look at the chat at the end of the.
Okay, so we are approaching the final countdown. So let's pay attention to the floor because we will follow the official countdown.
Official countdown.
And after that, people will usually applaud teams for their all the job they
four,
did.
Here it comes.
2, 1. Contest is over. Congratulations.
And with this, we finish.
Teams, please remain at your stations. We're going to have a judges talk right now. We're going to have the judges to have a talk, a presentation here. So please remain at your stations. Obviously, you can go to the bathroom, but please stay here. We're going to have a judges talk now.
Okay, so
this comes the problem discussion, and
yeah,
the solutions will be in place for the students.
Actually, they won't explain all the solutions because that would take too long. But they will give some interesting information. I would like to thank everyone that made this live possible, and
coaches,
we have a
you
huge
can
team.
come to the contest floor.
We have a huge team working here. I don't know everyone's name, but I would like to thank Patricio, Nikki, Emilio, Osvaldo, and many others that are around, working a lot. It's a huge team. They received us very well and did a really great job. I hope you liked it. And do not forget, on the YouTube channel, there is the live schedule for the prize award ceremony.
Yeah, and thank you very much for following us. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much because Chile has been the greatest host. And thank you very much for your attention, the food, the culture, the things that you have shown us. It's great to be here at Santiago, Chile. It's great to be here at the Latin American Championship. And let's see who will advance to the last phase, the World Final, Latin American finalist. So thank you very much, everyone, and see you in November.
Bye-bye.